lots of great discussion, lots of great progress on this. We're still looking at the 3-tiered concept that we've shown you before, and I think Deanna is going to go into much more detail on this. But that is still the plan, a new express toll lane entrance. That center level is for the BRT buses. They'll also meet the local buses there. That's how we will make that connection. We're also doing a lot of work to increase the pedestrian access to these stops in the middle of the 405. Next slide, please. Here we are at Totem Lake Kingsgate, and this is where we were adding additional parking. We want to add a net increase of 400 parking stalls. But we've been working with the city, and I think city staff gave the council a briefing not too long ago about some opportunities between Sound Transit, WashDOT, and the city. What are, in addition to the parking, what sort of transit-oriented development opportunities do we have there? If you look at the drawing, we show the little garage in the bottom, we have phase 1 and phase 2, and this is where we're looking at. The Sound Transit part would be phase 1, and then working with the state in particular would be a second phase of parking. And that also works into the master plan of how do we get parking and some transit-oriented development and really help the city and WashDOT and ourselves meet the goals of what we'd like to see happen in Kingsgate. So that's a very exciting piece. And again, a great example of the partnership between Kirkland, WashDOT, and Sound Transit as we move forward. So that's really exciting stuff. And one more slide, please. So here is Brickyard. The existing Brickyard park and ride is on the west, which is on the left side of this page. And what we're looking to do, working with WashDOT, is to have a transit-only ramps in the middle of 405, and then have this BRT station in the center of 405 with a pedestrian bridge connecting it to the park and ride on the west side, and possibly a bridge to the east side as well. But we're looking at that. And the best example I can come up with what this could look like is probably the Mount Lake Terrace Freeway Station over on the 5. It's only one bridge coming in from the park and ride, but that'll give you a kind of flavor of what we could expect this station to look like. It's a bus only facility. We bring the passengers to the middle of the freeway, and it works really well. So that's an example that I like to point to as something to help visualize what this could look like. And then the next slide, please. So one thing Matt was talking about, he was talking about the realignment process. There's cost pressures on all of the Sound Transit 3 projects. But one thing that has actually held really steady for the 405 BRT is what is our current estimated project cost, which is our construction costs and our soft costs, which is design costs and all that, right away, all that other stuff. SD3 was estimated just over $1 billion. It went up a little bit when we finished our first phase of work in 19. We've actually brought those costs down in 22, so they're actually a little less than what SD3 was. And a big part of this is, again, it's our partnerships with WashDOT. It's our ability to run in the right of way. It's our ability to have them do the design and construction for us, because it's right in their wheelhouse to have them do that. So we're really getting the right people on the right place to make this happen. So we're pretty excited about that. And then this is, I told you earlier, I had a picture of a potential BRT station. This station in the lower right, that's generally the color, theme, look, and feel that we'll be going for. We'll have a totem depicting the stop. We'll have ticket vending machines. They'll be accessible. We'll have public art and other things. And we want all of our BRT stations to look similar enough that you're at a BRT station. And similar enough we recognize that there's freeway stops, there's stops inside of light rail stations, there's stops on the side of like local streets in Bothell. So we've made these what we call a kit of parts. We can make them bigger, longer, wider, depending on how many riders we expect to have there. But there'll be a very common theme to them, a very common look, and that is part of that. We're on the BRT. We're on Stride. We're riding Stride. So that's great. And then I have one more slide. And what I want to touch base, the BRT program is basically three parts. The 405 BRT, the 522 145th BRT, and the bus space. And the bus space will support both those lines of service. We've identified a project property in Bothell. We have actually purchased that. We own that property, which is good. One of the things Matt had talked about was changes in or increases in property values. This added some cost to the bus space, but we have it secured now. We actually own that site, and that's nice that we have that locked down. Initially, it was an S23 about 191 million. Now we've gone up to about 220 million is our estimate, which is an increase, about 14%. We're attributing most of that to the property value. We paid a little more than we had actually anticipated, but we do have that now. Our initial plan was to have up to 80 BRT buses on this site. We're looking at putting 120 buses on the site because that would include additional regional express buses that currently are housed or run out of or housed, I'll say, up in Snohomish County to get those buses down to our site. So it's a little bigger. We have a few more buses there. Our costs went up on the property, but we do secure it. And one thing I like to tie this into the rest of the program is Sound Transit does not run any battery electric buses right now, but we will have, as we start the 522 BRT, half of those buses are going to be battery electric buses, and we're very excited about that. We're going to have what we call on-route charging at the transit hub and at the light rail station, but we'll also have charging at this site, at this bus space. So I like to mention this to show how we're putting all these three pieces together in a program. And I really like to talk about how this is our first foray into the battery electric buses with the BRT program and Sound Transit, and we are very excited about that. So that was basically my presentation. Things are going well. I think the partnerships are great. Your staff are great, and the environmental work is done. We're finishing up our preliminary engineering, and then we're following the board as well as everybody else to see what are the next steps that they would like us to do as we move forward. So that was an update on the BRT. And then I think Lisa's next, is that correct?
Yes. Hi, Lisa Hodson with WashDOT. I'm the program administrator for the 405-167 corridor program. Just really appreciate the opportunity to be here in partnership with Sound Transit. And like Paul mentioned, it's just been awesome to work with the city, and the staff has just been fabulous to work with as well. This slide shows our program along with Sound Transit's I-405 bus rapid transit system features. Kirkland's been involved with us for many years, decades, in developing our I-405 master plan, which is our foundational document guiding this program. Our master plan delivers a comprehensive system that will help to reduce traffic congestion, improve mobility and safety performance. It accommodates that planned regional growth and really looking to enhance the quality of life for the environment and also the communities that we serve. This 405-167 corridor is about 50 miles long, and it is part of a viable alternative to I-5 that moves goods and services throughout this Puget Sound region. It's also part of the strategic highway network for the Department of Defense. The express toll lanes and direct access interchange are designed to provide speed and reliability, and really that overall system benefits to all users. We're working with Sound Transit in partnership as we implement 405 bus rapid transit, including inline stations along the corridor. And similar to what you heard from Sound Transit, through COVID, we've had some traffic and revenue decreases, but we continue to move projects through to what we would call construction readiness as we navigate through these times. Next slide, please. Just as a reminder, in 2019, the legislature passed Senate Bill 5825, and that was really instrumental in officially combining our program 405 and State Route 167 into one corridor. It appropriated about $1.16 billion for projects that are listed on the screen, and the dollar amounts are there as well. And that was to be paid through toll revenue, which also included the opportunity to bond toll revenue and payment through excise tax on fuel and vehicle-related fees. One thing I do like to mention is that at this time, there has been no bonds sold regarding toll revenue for these projects. That's something that we will continue to work through with the state treasurer at this time. Next slide. Looking at that first project that was listed, the 522 to 527 Express Toll Lane Improvement Project. We did receive some initial design money in 2017, which is after the Sound Transit 3 package was approved, and you heard Paul talk about those changes that were made from running Sound Transit on the outside and then taking them into our express tolling lanes. We had worked with Sound Transit in coordination with multiple stakeholders, including Kirkland, and the program worked through several charrettes to come up with a design alternative. And just wanted to take a moment to thank Deputy Mayor Arnold for your active participation in this process. Receiving the bulk of its funds through that Bill 5825, this project builds on the Bellevue to Linwood Express toll lanes, which opened in 2015, with an additional express toll lane in each direction in that area. Also includes inline stations, the transit hub at 522, as well as direct access at both State Route 522 and 527. And it really provides that multimodal connections to our regional growth centers, addresses system preservation needs within the project. And then we're continuing that work as we look to be shovel ready and move forward. Next slide, please. In December, the governor's budget was released with some priorities, including fish passage, preservation, and clean transportation. I just wanted to highlight the project in orange in the center. That's the 405-167 project in the orange box. And that one is the one that really, because of the traffic and revenue being down, needed to push out. And so the dashed lines show the movement of construction out. The bonding of toll revenue is in the 23-25 biennium in the governor's budget. And that would correlate with an opening of those express toll lanes and interchange work in that area in 2027. Keep in mind that we are in the middle of the ledge session, and we continue to work with the legislative body as questions arise, and also looking to see the formal budget that will go back to the governor in late April, early May. Next slide, please. And then the program in the city of Kirkland, we've worked really hard to get where we are today on the Northeast 132nd Street project. This project was funded through Connecting Washington, and we're currently in procurement, so very excited. And moving toward award of the design build contract later this year. This project will build a new on-ramp to northbound 405 and off-ramp from southbound 405. Helps to improve that access near Totem Lake Urban Growth Center. Also access to the popular Kingsgate Park and Ride lot and medical facilities like the Evergreen Hospital. This project will also address a significant fish barrier and results in about a half-mile of upstream habitat gain. Also has some great multimodal movement improvements through the area. We had talked about maybe taking a brief moment to answer questions if folks had it. Just want to be cognizant that folks also wanted to see the 85th, and Deanna's got a lot of information to share on that. So if you would like to take a pause and have some questions at this point, we can, or we can move on to 85th interchange.
Council questions, or should we move on? Looks like we want to move on.
Okay, I'll just tee it up then. The Northeast 85th project is funded by Sound Transit and really complements the bus rapid transit system. This has been in coordination with the city of Kirkland. We worked together to refine those designs that were in the ST3 package, which added direct access ramps within inline stations, and also resulted in an overall cost savings in this area. The final design that Deanna Geraldo will present in the next presents the next couple years of making and reflects the meetings that led up to this design, including meetings with the Transportation Commission and Council for Kirkland, several design workshops, many public open houses, and lots of neighborhood briefings. And with that, I'm going to turn over to Deanna to walk you through that design.
Thanks, Lisa. I'm assuming you can hear me. Okay. So I'll try to move a little bit faster to leave some time for questions at the end. And because some of these slides, some of the information, it's more of a refresher. So the 85th Street interchange and inline station project, we're building a 3-level interchange to accommodate the BRT station, some direct access ramps, and then local improvements. We are also rebuilding a lot of pedestrians and bike connections. And this is a design build project, which is basically shovel ready. As Paul mentioned, all our environmental documentation and permitting is done. And we're just finishing up preliminary engineering and waiting for the realignment process to determine when we can go to procurement and construction. As many of you know the area, north is to the right, and just wanted to remind everybody of the sort of the constraints or the bookends of the project. To the west, we have the Cross Kirkland corridor. To the south, we have the pedestrian bridge at Northeast 80th Street. And then on the west is mostly residential adjacent to the interchange, and on the east is mostly commercial with Costco, Lee Johnson, and others. And this is a cloverleaf interchange, which gets its name because of the loop ramps that we have. So it's a very efficient interchange for vehicular traffic, but unfortunately not very pet friendly or bike friendly. So this is where we are today, and I'll just kind of go through the levels really quickly. On the left, we have the call outs for the top level or level 3. That's where mainline will stay. Level 2 in the middle will have the non-motorized users, so bike and pedestrians, and then also the access to and from the express toll lanes and the BRT station, as well as the local transit stops. And then the new level would be the level 1 on the bottom, that's where we'll move the 85th through traffic to, and then the connections to the general purpose ramps. And then the callouts on the right show the kind of the proximity from the metro stops to the BRT station stops. I always like to point out that the red balloons are definitely not on top of the freeway, but they are basically pointing at where those stops are underneath the structures. And then the sort of the lighter color areas that you see is for the bikes and the pedestrians, and they're staying on the 85th level today, which is trying to keep as flat as possible for those non-motorized users. So the next, we'll show a quick video that I think you've seen before, but it just highlights the element of this project a little bit better. So looking west, you can see the 3 levels, and then the separation of the future new mainline structures to give space in the middle for that quote unquote mezzanine where the BRT transfers will occur and the pedestrian and bikes will be. As we look to the northwest quadrant, you can see the pickup and drop off location in that quadrant and the neighborhood connection. And then we start coming down on the bottom new level of the interchange, which will be reserved for just vehicular traffic, so no peds or bikes on this level. And as we come to sort of the middle of the interchange in that opening, we'll come up to the second level that will house the stops and the non-motorized facilities. We end up looking north, and in the far center of this video will be the BRT station. So the next slide This is again where we are today, and in addition to the multimodal facility originally envisioned, and through much of the continued collaboration between Sound Transit, WashDOT, and the city, all the previous funded elements stayed, and then we added a couple of new elements to the project. So those are both in the Northwest Quadrant, and they are the neighborhood connection for pedestrians and bikes, and the pickup and drop off facility in that quadrant, or PUDO for a short. In the next slides, we wanted to highlight some of the major benefits of the project, and that really speak to the goals that we collectively set during the beginning. The viewpoints on this existing infrastructure slide really want to show that again, this is a very efficient interchange, but not very friendly for pedestrians. So you can see on the pictures, there's really no separation between motorized traffic and non-motorized traffic. There's a lot of crossing of the loop ramps, and really you're walking next to many lanes of traffic. So the future will look from this same viewpoints on this slide. Will show on the top picture, you can see the separation that planter strip gives. In the middle, you see sort of a more friendly environment to all. And then the bottom picture shows that you're mostly walking to a very few lanes of traffic for your transfers. So the next slide will show one of the major benefits of this interchange is that transit and transfer connectivity. So both the Stride stations and the King County Metro local bus stops are very close to each other. So the yellow is BRT, the yellow dots are BRT stations, and then the red dots are the local bus stops. So it's a very convenient transfer, and there's no vertical separation. As you can see on the top picture, if you were to get off on southbound 405 at the Stride station, you were going west on 85th, you pretty much can stay on that platform and just kind of go around the corner for that transfer. And then the bottom picture shows the Metro Rapid Ride in the future. Hopefully that K line that will come to 85th as well. In the meantime, it'll be a local bus stop. This is again highlighting those two elements that we were able to make part of this project. The orange line that you see is sort of that viewpoint for the cross section on the bottom. I wanted to highlight again the proximity, and one of the reasons why that quadrant was chosen was the proximity of the BRT station, the KC Metro station or bus stop, and also the topography. So the connection between 85th and 116th in that northwest quadrant is pretty much flat for the pedestrians. On the bottom, the dashed line is the existing topography. So where today the existing ramp, that loop ramp is, that's where our stormwater vault will be. Then we have the facility for pickup and drop off, and then the new ramp will be depressed as you see it coming down. So we have the space to create that facility for people to load and unload and provide paratransit space as well. In the next slides, it's mostly visualizations. Wanted to give everyone a sense of what the project might generally look like when it's built. And so the top right corner will always show you sort of that orientation map. To continue with the northwest quadrant, this is basically if we were going, we were in the northwest walking westbound on 85th, looking northwest. As the existing picture shows it, today it's just that loop ramp, and in the future will be, that's where the pickup and drop off location will be, and that connection to 116th. You can sort of see there's a very straight line from 85th to the connection to 116th, and pretty much flat all the way. The next quadrant that we were going to look at is the southwest quadrant. So if you were walking uphill on basically eastbound 85th and looking northeast, you're looking really underneath the structures. On the left, you can see how the existing structures have very little separation in the middle. And then the proposed, you can see that gap that allows us to have a very kind of lots of natural light coming through to avoid that darkness underneath the structure, much wider sidewalk, and again, walking to just one lane of traffic as opposed to 4 or 6 lanes that we have to walk next to today. The next slide shows the southeast quadrant, as if you were walking kind of by Lee Johnson. And one of the many questions that we get is 405 going to be higher, lower, what's happening? So we try to kind of have the same viewpoint in this picture. You can see 405 in the distance, and on the proposed, it basically stays at the same level. What changes is at this point, we start diving down for the excavation for the new bottom level for 85th, but 405 will generally stay where it is today, just new structures separated. And the last visual that we have is for under the bridge, and again, highlighting just the very different environment that we're going to have with this mezzanine, so that all the transit connections, transfers, and all the non-motorized traffic can maneuver through the interchange in a much friendlier environment. Now a little bit of information on noise walls that this slide shows. There are basically existing noise walls that show in black on this graphic. In all the quadrants have noise walls. Some kind of get closer to 85th, and the project will relocate a portion of that noise wall in the southwest quadrant that we need that space to fit the ramp. And then we're going to modify the noise wall in the northwest quadrant to be able to kind of create that access for the non-motorized connection. And last but not least, we wanted to cover a little bit of just that construction staging and what temporary impacts might the public see or the drivers would experience. So in general, as a reminder, this is a design build project. So we, as preliminary engineers, have to come up with a feasible way to build this project. So this is what we assumed, but it could be different in the future. We just want to make sure that there is one way at least to construct it. The good news is, because it's a cloverleaf interchange, there's quite a bit of room to build. Once we remove the loop ramps, then we have space to kind of, at this point, we're not assuming any right-of-way needs, any temporary construction easements. We assume that everything is contained to the interchange. So stage one, as you can see here, mainline will stay where it is today. What we would do is remove the outer portions, the collector distributor or CD ramps portion of the mainline that we have, and to be able to start building those structures that we need to build in this stage. 85th will stay where it is today, not much change. The solid shading symbolizes some of the excavation that is needed to build those structures and to start kind of building the ramps. So not much change for the traveling public here. Stage two, now that we built those mainline structures, then 405 can move out to the newly kind of dark gray or black areas, southbound and northbound. And then similarly, those bridges that we built in the previous stage now are basically the space to move 85th out and have the space in the middle in the solid red, orange color to be able to excavate down to the new level and then build that level. And also this gives us now the space in the middle of the main line to be able to build the BRT station and the access, the ramp for the direct access. And then after basically tie-ins and building the rest of the elements, then we get to the next slide that shows the final configuration where all the elements are built. So that is pretty much what I wanted to show you today. I'm sorry I didn't speed up fast enough to give much time for questions, but I think that's the next slide. Anybody have questions?
That was an amazing amount of information. Any questions, council? Councilmember Pascal.
Well, yeah, I'll go first. Yeah, it's a lot of information to digest. I had a couple questions for the beginning of the presentation for Matt, talking about the realignment and process. And I think he's still on, right? Yeah. So a couple of questions was you were showing that there's going to be some public process or some public input occurring here, starting this month and progressing over the next couple of months, and both from the public and from the board. What have you been thinking about opportunities for local agencies to provide input on the realignment? So it's because you have the general public and then you have the board. Is there anything in between that you're factoring in from kind of the community outreach, for example, cities or sub areas, so that we can also provide input on priorities?
We don't have anything specific in that regard right now, but we are doing many of these kinds of presentations and discussions with interested parties, including local agencies. So we are taking all of that feedback as we get it. We're getting a lot sort of unsolicited as well. Many cities are already telling us what their preferences are as they've been tracking the board's realignment conversations. So, amongst those tools that I talked about, cutting costs, finding new money, phasing the program, we're beginning to get that kind of input. But in this compressed time frame, in the kind of the environment we're in right now, we're not doing the same kind of sort of direct, let's go out and meet with everybody specifically unless we're asked. Now, having said that, we are anticipating that as the public involvement plans come together, and I would say those aren't finalized yet, we are going to encourage our local agency partners to use those same venues and conduits to be able to provide that kind of information to us. Does that help? Yeah,
I just was trying to understand, if there's more formal ways than kind of the ad hoc way, or us just sending a letter to Sound Transit or the board members. Just trying to figure out if there's, what have we learned through the processes over the past, number of years of how best to engage and to voice our thoughts, and if it's a letter, then that's fine. If it's these presentations, that's fine. But just trying to understand that. Because this is a really important decision. The other question I had was, you talked about the I-405 BRT North project, and there's a number of kind of phasing options that the board is considering of the various Sound Transit projects. Does the Kingsgate Park and Ride piece, does that reside in the I-405 BRT North project? So anything, wherever that BRT North project falls out of this process, the Kingsgate Park and Ride is part of that? Or are there options to kind of break apart the projects too, as you're making these decisions? Because it seems like the Park and Ride doesn't have to necessarily be combined with the full BRT, especially if it's going to be delayed for a while.
Sure, I can answer that one, Councilmember Pascal. You're right, it's part of S2, but Kingsgate definitely has independent utility. It's not so much tied to S2, like you have to have them both. Part of the realignment process is looking at phasing and what kind of these sort of options, what do we have as far as when to bring things online and when they need to bring online, or things that could come sooner or later. So that's, you're exactly right. It is not, it's part of S2. It has independent utility from S2, and that is part of the conversation that the board's having is how do we phase all this work? So that's a good observation and question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I've got 2 more people up for questions, and we've got 6 more minutes. So, Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of hopefully simple questions. Is the intent that through travel on 85th and access on and off of 405 at 85th be maintained throughout the construction? Will that be possible?
Yeah, that is the intent. So we are assuming a few weekend closures, but we're not assuming having less lanes on 85th or even mainline. We have to maintain the same number of lanes.
And the on and off ramps from 85th to 405 will still,
Yes. Yeah.
Something will be provided. Okay. And the other question I have is, will the start of actual BRT service have to wait until all of the inline stations are complete? It looks like they are completed at different times, and I just wonder if you'll start service at those that are open first and then add the others later, or if we wait until they're all done.
Sure, I'll take that one as well. Again, a great question. Ideally, we would open everything, all the stops at once. That said, we are going through our realignment process. So is WashDOT, and there is existing regional express service and other service on the 405 that could use things if they came on in a different sequence. So my answer would be ideally we'd open them all at once if that was the perfect world, but we're not in the perfect world right now. So that's part of the beauty of BRT versus the light rail program. We have some flexibility on when we bring things online, and that's part of the discussion that we are having with the board on, and that exact sort of thing. Are the things we can bring online, come earlier, come later, that makes sense. That would work together. So that's a great observation, and that's part of this realignment process that we're looking through.
Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Deanna, Lisa, Paul, Matt, for the presentations. Lots of great information. It really shows how working together, we've come up with a much better Stride BRT line that runs in line with the higher performance and higher ridership while still remaining at or under budgets is quite an achievement. One of the things that seem to gate this project, though, is the improvements funded by the tolling revenue. Lisa, in your presentation, you mentioned the governor's budget pushes those out by 2 years. I know there are bills in the legislature that may add additional conditions that may push things out further. Is either Sound Transit or WashDOT looking for other revenue sources for completing those North End 405 improvements, including American Rescue Plan funds?
I think High Clip, yes, we're looking for federal funding as an agency in total. They're still trying to figure out what that recovery stimulus looks like and what it could mean. I think the beauty of it is that anytime you can backfill what was produced in the Connecting Washington, that could free up funds to be used to continue that movement in the agency as a whole. And so it's really a collaboration of looking for funds from all different kinds of locations, even TIFIA and things of that nature. So we're looking.
Okay. I want to apologize first for not being here to greet you all when you arrived. Technical difficulties. And thank you all for what amazing presentations you just gave us. I would love to have that graphic to be able to share with folks if possible. Diana, I think that would be a really great piece of propaganda, if you will, because it's a very exciting design. So with that, we have to go to executive session. So thank you all for joining us. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to have everybody else leave, and we will simply stay and go into executive session. Thanks again.
And thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You're live, Mayor.
Thank you. Good evening. We are back in session following a Sound Transit Capital Program realignment and an I-405 Stride Bus Rapid Transit update and an executive session with our city attorney to discuss potential litigation. I'd like to say thank you to Deputy Mayor Arnold. I had technical difficulties earlier, so he brought the meeting online. The next item on the agenda is honors and proclamations. We're going to have Women's History Month proclamation presented by Councilmember Curtis and Councilmember Falcone, Deputy or City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So as part of the federally recognized Women's History Month, we're going to be recognizing March 2021 as Women's History Month in the city of Kirkland and celebrating the amazing contributions of women to the nation and to the region and to the city of Kirkland.
Recognizing March 2021 as Women's History Month in the city of Kirkland. Whereas March has been federally recognized as Women's History Month, expanding from March 8 as International Women's Day, and is a global celebration of the social, economic, military, cultural, and political achievements of women, and a month that invites inspired action to accelerate women's equality. And
whereas 2020 marked the 100-year anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution, earning women the right to vote, thanks to suffragists who tirelessly and relentlessly pursued this basic human right through activism, heightened public awareness, and transformation of government institutions, thereby exemplifying their motto of deeds, not words. And
whereas the state of Washington was the 35th state to ratify the 19th Amendment in 1920, but thanks to the devoted efforts of Washington suffragists, our state had won statewide suffrage 10 years prior, with the right for women to vote earned in 1910, and the state swearing in its first female legislators in 1913. And
whereas the Women's History Consortium, created by state statute in 2005 as a Washington State Historical Society-led initiative, is dedicated to preserving Washington women's history, and all residents of Kirkland are encouraged to visit the website at washingtonhistory.org/research/WHC to learn more about Washington's extraordinary women. And
whereas the city of Kirkland recognizes and celebrates the Kirkland Women's Club, a nonprofit organization and part of the General Federation of Women's Clubs, GFWC, for its efforts to bring together like-minded women from Kirkland and surrounding areas who strive to make a positive impact on the community and beyond through charitable works, volunteerism, community service, and political advocacy. And
whereas women have been at the forefront of standing against injustice, such as Princess Angeline, the oldest daughter of Chief Seattle, who remained in her home after the Duwamish tribe was forced off their land. And
whereas women have played a vital role in Washington government, including women like Bertha Knight Landis, who was one of the first elected women to the Seattle City Council in 1922, and the first female mayor of Seattle elected in 1926, making her the first female mayor of a major U.S. city. And
whereas Washington Governor Dixie Lee Ray, elected in 1976, was the first female governor in Washington state and the 5th female governor in the United States. And
whereas the state of Washington is represented by women serving in the United States Congress, including United States Senator Patty Murray, elected in 1993, and Washington State's first female U.S. Senator, and United States Senator Maria Cantwell, elected in 2000, and the state's second female U.S. Senator, along with the 6 women representing the state of Washington in the U.S. House of Representatives. And
whereas in 2007, Nancy Pelosi became the first female Speaker of the House of Representatives, a position for which she was reelected to her 4th term in 2021. And
whereas in 2020, Kamala D. Harris was elected Vice President of the United States and is the first female Vice President in the United States history, the first Asian American, and the first African American Vice President in the United States history. And
whereas the state of Washington currently ranks 9th in the nation in gender equity in the state legislature, in 2019 celebrating a landmark year that welcomed a female majority in the House Democratic Caucus and the state's first ever elected female House Speaker, Representative Lori Jenkins. And
whereas the city of Kirkland is proud of the influential women within its elected body, with 3 women council members, including Mayor Penny Sweet, Kelly Curtis, and Amy Falcone, and with the Kirkland City Council selecting a woman as mayor for 11 consecutive years. And
whereas the City of Kirkland is a champion for women in leadership, with women holding cornerstone positions within the Kirkland City government, including Police Chief Sherry Harris, Deputy City Manager Tracy Dunlap, Public Works Director Julie Underwood, Chief Information Officer Smitha Krishnan, Human Resources Officer An Huang, and Parks and Community Services Director Lynn Zwagstra.
Now, therefore, I, Mayor Penny Sweet, on behalf of the Kirkland City Council, proclaim Monday, March 8th as International Women's Day and the month of March as Women's History Month in the City of Kirkland. I call on all residents to celebrate the historic and current achievements of Kirkland women in the arts, culture, business, nonprofit, religious, and civic institutions in our city. Through the courageous deeds, not words, of these remarkable women, Kirkland is one of the best cities in America to live, work, and play.
Well done. That was beautifully done. Thank you very much. Okay, we have a second proclamation today, and that proclamation is the National Safe Place Week proclamation, which will be read by Councilmember Pascal, City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. With the impact of COVID over the last year and a half, the issue of youth homelessness and youth at risk needing a safe place has never been more important. And Kirkland's been part of the Safe Place program for quite a while. So we're going to be proclaiming the week of March 21st to March 22nd as National Safe Place Week in the City of Kirkland.
All right, good evening. Whereas National Safe Place is a nationwide youth outreach and prevention program implemented in communities across the United States to create a network of locations equipped to serve youth in need that are aged 12 through 17, providing immediate help, crisis intervention, safety and emergency shelter, and connections to ongoing supportive services. And whereas Safe Place has ensured cohesion and ease of use by establishing a universal diamond-shaped black and yellow sign, the vivid, easily distinguishable emblem serving as a beacon to youth in need, affording them instant knowledge that any facility that displays the Safe Place sign is a place where they can receive help and be connected to community resources or emergency shelter. And whereas in 2012, Friends of Youth, a nonprofit organization that strives to care for at-risk teens, homeless youth, and young people in need of assistance, sought a collaborative approach to fill a critical need and joined forces with Seattle-based nonprofit Youth Care to expand the King County Safe Place program and provide immediate help and safety to an increased number of King County youth in crisis. And whereas King County is home to over 2,100 Safe Place locations, each of which has participated in training to earn its designation as an official Safe Place location. And whereas Kirkland has several Safe Place locations, including at Friends of Youth, Holy Family Parish Center, Lake Washington Christian Church, North Kirkland Community Center, Peter Kirk Community Center, Eastside Foursquare Church, Evergreen Health Emergency Department, Kirkland Library, Kingsgate Library, and every Kirkland Metro bus. King County Metro bus. And whereas Safe Place has embraced technology implementing a safe call system in which a youth in need can call 1-800-422-TEEN or simply text SAFE and a current location to receive instant data on the nearest Safe Place site. And whereas recognitions like National Safe Place Week raise important awareness of this vital program, building capacity within the existing framework by encouraging more businesses and nonprofits to become Safe Place locations, allowing the program to serve more youth in crisis. And now, therefore, Penny Sweet, Mayor of Kirkland, on behalf of the Kirkland City Council, does hereby proclaim the week of March 21st through March 27th as National Safe Place Week. And with this proclamation, extend our sincere gratitude to Friends of Youth and the Safe Place program for their important work to ensure the safety of our youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that takes us to item number 6, communications. We're at items from the audience. This is the time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters which are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing, of which there are none scheduled this evening. Because of current social distancing requirements related to COVID-19, members of the public cannot participate in person at tonight's meeting. However, the public may still comment by Zoom or on the phone. Those members of the public who are joining us by phone or on Zoom, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments each on both sides of any issue. If you are participating by Zoom, please click on the participants box to raise your hand to be recognized. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. In addition, if you're participating by Zoom but do not wish to speak, you're encouraged to watch the council meeting by live stream through the city's website. Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're just starting to get some folks signing up. But the first person I have is Sharon Sherrard, followed by Rick Balakier. And the third one would be David Allen.
Sharon, are you here? Is she coming on board?
I think so.
He's promoted, yeah.
How about that? How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh,
welcome.
Sorry about that. Okay, so good evening. My name is Sharon Sherrard, and I live at 558 20th Avenue in Kirkland. And I am the chairperson of the Kirkland Interfaith Network, known informally as KIN, an affiliation of 9 communities of faith active in Kirkland for over 30 years. In your packet for tonight's meeting, there is a memo asking you to consider co-sponsoring with us a performance of the Alaska Suite, a program of music, images, and spoken word focused on climate change. This concert would be live streamed for free on Earth Day, April 22nd, as part of a citywide focus on the environment and service during Kirkland's celebration of Earth Month. The program would highlight the city's co-sponsorship and include publicity for environmental service opportunities in Kirkland, as well as information about the city's master plan for sustainability. There are several things I would like to clarify and correct in the memo that you received. I want to emphasize that this request, the co-sponsoring request, comes from KIN, not Margaret Schwender as an individual. On behalf of KIN, Ms. Schwender has had a number of conversations with David Barnes and other city staff about this partnership. We had originally hoped that this concert could be hosted by the Kirkland Performance Center, but cost and logistics have proved to be more challenging than we have the resources for, especially since we are only a little more than 5 weeks away from the target date. But we still think this concert and your partnership with us will benefit our city and its citizens, and hope you will support it by being our co-sponsor. We have located another venue which is available on April 22nd at a lower cost, and the Alaska Suite artists have experience working with the staff there. So we are confident that together we can give our community a quality and moving concert experience. So what exactly are we asking for? 3 things. For $1,000 in funding for the venue and to support the artists. KIN will also be contributing an additional $500 from our limited general purpose funds. 2, in partnership with us, for city staff to help publicize the concert and identify the information they would like to have shared about Kirkland's efforts on care for our environment and ways citizens can be involved. 3, a sense of the council that you are supportive of this partnership so that we can proceed. If we have to wait for the council to take formal action on this request until the next meeting on April 6th, we will have to cancel and lose the efforts that have been made to date. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Sharon. Okay, and who's up next, Kurt?
So next up we have Rick Balakier and then David Allen.
Okay.
Followed by Kristen from Houghton.
Welcome, Mr. Balakier. Can you hear us?
Looks like he's muted.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Now we can.
Okay, thank you. Hey, I'd like to bring to the council's attention the AT&T wireless service facility on Juanita Drive. I live at 11525 Juanita Drive. This is just a little bit up the road from when you're coming out of downtown Juanita, and you can see the lake. It's just kind of a little bit past there. So this site was installed when we were unincorporated about 20 years ago by AT&T, and it's up for permit renewal on April 1st. And I'd like to show you guys some photos of this site. And what I'm asking for is for Kirkland to not renew this facility until there's an understanding of what is actually grandfathered in and what Kirkland's obligations are. And also that my family be included if there's a process for improving this so that it's something that works for the city and for us. So this is a photo of the site from Juanita Drive. This does not look super Kirkland to me. And if this was up to code, this would have half the footprint and be 30 inches tall and be obscured by trees. This is another photo from Juanita Drive, what this thing looks like. This is from my yard, what it looks like. This is from my yard. On my yard, this thing is 2 feet away. It's 42 feet long and it's 12 feet tall. This is just the actual size of the thing. From the street, it's around 8 feet tall on one side and around 7 feet tall on the other. And this is to scale what it looks like from our side of the road. It's got exposed conduit wires. It doesn't look like it's super safe. I mean, 2 feet from where my kids play. Just a lot of, obviously warning signs to stay away from this. So, yeah, it's up for renewal in about 2 weeks. We were pulling together some papers. I didn't realize it was coming up so fast, and we just figured this out. But I don't want this to slip by and be renewed without consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balakier. And next up is David Allen.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Mayor Sweet. I'm David Allen, here with my wife, Katya, at 201 2nd Street South in Moss Bay neighborhood. I'm asking you to please open the west side of Lake Washington Boulevard to pedestrians and cyclists. So I want you to consider 2 taglines. First tagline, come to Kirkland because we have 1.5 miles of pristine waterfront parking. I mean, really, who doesn't want their car to have a first-class view of Lake Washington? Or maybe this, come to Kirkland and take a stroll along the Lake Washington Promenade. A promenade or a boardwalk or whatever you want to call it is going to be a huge boon for Kirkland. Kirkland has something special. It's why we moved here. The waterfront along Kirkland has no equal in the Puget Sound. And you can make it even better. It's already a people magnet, and you can make it even a bigger people magnet by opening the west side. So this is not only going to benefit people, it's going to benefit businesses. Look, business owners don't talk about wheel traffic, they talk about foot traffic. You can bring in so many more people by making the waterfront even more accessible to people. They'll come from out of town, they'll come from miles away. Katya and I lived in Bellevue for 20 years, and every year in the summer, we came to Kirkland because of the waterfront. If you bring the people to the promenade, you will bring them to the downtown Houghton and Carillon Point businesses. And finally, it seems like the real pushback on this is parking. Now, I'm always going to be people over parking. But my people first attitude aside, let's look at the real question here. I can park as a motorist at Carillon Point. I can park downtown. I can park 1, 2, even 3 blocks off of Lake Washington Boulevard and walk down. As a pedestrian, there is only one place where I can walk along the waterfront, and that is along the waterfront. Open Lake Washington Boulevard to the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any time left? I'm sorry we can no longer see the clock, but I would just like to speak briefly on in support of opening Park Lane to pedestrians in the evenings as we did this last summer. I'm going to start my comment with a disturbing image. 2 weeks ago, I was sitting in a hot tub at a hotel in Leavenworth when I was talking to a couple from Redmond. When they learned that we were from Kirkland, they volunteered how much fun they enjoyed using the restaurants and such down at Park Lane this last summer. In fact, they shared that because the parking was closed, they had to walk further than normal.
Katya, I need to interrupt you for just a second. Kathy, can we set the clock back and have her own testimony period? Okay, can you see the clock, Katya?
I can't, but I can't possibly speak for another 3 minutes on the subject anyway.
Oh, that's okay. I'll just let you continue right now.
Okay, thank you. No, I appreciate it. I simply wanted to share that I think that they are one of many couples who do come from the area who really enjoyed Park Lane. And in fact, they told me how they were just window shopping then because they had the opportunity to be walking instead of parking right in front of their favorite restaurant. And they picked up like, she said, a $200 Pendleton blanket while she was out. So I think there is a lot of benefits to the businesses, not just the ones on Park Lane, because I think although that's an attraction, obviously it brings people down to the waterfront and to all the other business. So I am deeply supportive of this and hope that you'll consider doing it again this summer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up is Kristen from Houghton.
Can you hear me?
Yep, you snuck right in there.
Okay, great.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kristen Dixon. I am a resident in the Houghton neighborhood. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Friends of Taylor Field. This is a group of more than 100 Houghton families, and we're concerned about the future of Taylor Fields. Taylor Fields is located adjacent to the current Houghton transfer station. You guys may know this, but this park was established in 1964 as a condition of the approval of this location as a landfill and a transfer station. The landfill's closed, as you probably know. The transfer station remains. The chemicals buried at this site include waste from shipyards, which we know to be extremely hazardous. This site is not appropriate for being opened up, excavated, or built on. The city has repeatedly demanded the closure of the accompanying transfer station as promised by the county in the past. And as recently as 2013, this council demanded that the county close the facility by 2021. And that's this year. The demand was that the county close this facility by 2021. Instead of acting in good faith and following through on decades of old promises, King County Solid Waste is now suggesting this site for a new facility. The Northeastern Transfer Station was to be sited in northeastern King County. The northern border of King County is 522 in Woodinville, and the eastern border is further east than Skycomish. The Houghton site is not even in northeastern King County, and it would be redundant to see this. It would be redundant to see this as a site because the Factoria facility is really just 6 miles away. King County is proposing just 4 sites at this time. 2 are in Houghton, including our park and ride and this existing park. And I want to be clear, it's the transfer station, Taylor Fields, and the adjacent green space. 2 of those sites of the 4 are privately owned, where the owners have no intention of selling, and the county has publicly stated that they will not pursue eminent domain. None of the sites are viable by the county's own standard, but the county continues to push them through a siting process that is devoid of integrity. Friends of Taylor Fields and the surrounding neighbors ask the council to again stand with us and demand that the county follows through on their promises. First, that this site will remain a park as agreed upon in the original conditions of approval. Second, that the transfer station be closed by 2021 as the council previously demanded and the county outlined in their solid waste transfer plan in both 2001 and 2006. And finally, that any new transfer station facility be properly sited in a commercial or industrial area that serves the intended population of the facility. The county's own data shows that this is in the northeast of the county, not in Houghton.
Kristen,
Waste management.
Kristen, I'm afraid your time is up. Feel free to send more comments if you are interested in sending them via email.
I certainly will. And I was almost done. So thank you.
All right, thank you. That takes us to Deidre from Houghton. She coming through?
She's in the panel, but has not yet unmuted.
Deidre, can you unmute? Deidre, are you there?
Looks like she's dropped off, Mayor.
Yeah, she dropped off the call entirely, Madam Mayor.
Okay, all right, fine. Is that everyone who wishes to provide public comment?
No, we have
Anyone
no one
else
who wishes to?
City Manager, you see anyone else?
We do not.
Okay, then I will declare this public comment period closed. That takes us to special presentations. The COVID-19 update virtual service center. City Manager.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. So there's actually been two presentations under the COVID update. The first is the virtual service center. Then we're going to do a quick update of the council on our eviction responses under the CARES Act and a little bit leaning forward to what might happen in 2021. So the virtual service center, I am looking for Chris Dodd, our facilities manager, to come online. And you'll be sharing a screen and I'll do an introduction and then he'll be taking it to the next stage. So Mr. Dodd, there's the presentation. Can I get the next slide? We have Chris.
I'm getting there. I'm trying. Here we go. Hold on.
There we go.
There we go.
Oops, back one. There we go.
Sorry.
There.
That one.
There we go.
There we go.
Thank you. Okay, so just a brief reminder, this was something that we discussed during the budget process, and we asked the council of whether they would like us to explore the idea of a virtual services center funded by development services fees for the primary purpose of providing new virtual technology access to development services, but also with a sort of partnership opportunity to be a more welcoming entrance to City Hall and also an opportunity to sort of celebrate heritage and other things with the city. I just want to give a little bit of background. The council said go ahead and take it to the next level to understand what a first order magnitude cost estimate for this might be, and then to check back in to see if this is something that you wanted to continue to pursue. So this is that check-in. And we're looking for the council's direction on should we continue to go to the next step or should we pause this idea for now? So Just a brief reminder that the concept here is to be funded with $2 million of development services fees. That money's already been set aside by the council. This follows the City Hall renovation project that happened in 2013 through 2017. And we had originally, pre-COVID, already allocated $1 million of that $2 million in the 2019-2020 budget with the idea of building a wing on the northeast section of City Hall down by where the fire chief's office is to provide additional space for development services. So at that time, we were seeing all-time record high in development. Again, this was pre-COVID, and all of our facility space for development services was full. So we were looking at some expansion space. And the previous budget, we had approved building that wing. With COVID happening, we learned, obviously, that much of the work could also be done remotely. And currently, all of the development services staff are, in fact, working from home for the most part. And so we decided to suspend the construction of the additional hall. What we had did then is asked if you wanted us to explore this idea of the Development Services Center and added additional $1 million to the original $1 million. And that $1 million came from the 2021 budget. So we have a $2 million possibility here. And the idea is to have a COVID responsive design to create a permanent entry that would create space both for services, for training, and for exhibitions and community events. And primarily, this would be a virtual service center, but one of the other drivers of this was to find a way to help partner with the 5240 and 5434 to really create a safe, welcoming, inclusive entrance to City Hall and a way to celebrate our heritage. So the goal tonight is to find out, to take a look at what we learned, what it costs, and then see if the council is willing to take this to the next level. So any questions on the background statement before I turn it over to Chris? Okay, the last comment that I'd make is that while we obviously are seeing the light at the end of the tunnel as more people get vaccinated, and we hope that sometime this year, this COVID crisis will be behind us, one of the things we've been talking about is that this would also help us be ready should there be a next pandemic, which unfortunately in our emergency planning we need to look forward to as we have seen. So this wouldn't be just for this current pandemic, but it'd also be something that could be useful for the city going forward. Okay, Mr. Dodd.
Thank you, Mr. Triplett, and good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to present the findings of our schematic design project for the possibility of adding a virtual services center to the City Hall campus. ARC Architects has led the effort since we last met in November to discuss the concept with the council. And since that time, and with a bunch of staff input and a variety of consultant input, we believe what you're being presented tonight meets the two driving goals for the virtual service center. One, pandemic response efforts to keep staff and customers healthy and safe while providing excellent development services to the community and those who interact with staff at City Hall during and post-pandemic. And two, creating opportunities to reinforce our commitment to our 5434 and the values of welcoming and belonging here at the home that we so love and work in every day. So at the north side of City Hall, you'll see, there we go. At the north side of City Hall, the Virtual Service Center would be approximately 1,700 square feet with a maximum occupancy of about 117. The last time we met, Mr. Nixon had asked sort of where that fit in a scale. And at the time, what we said was it's between the Peter Kirk room and the council chamber, and that's true. The council chamber is 142 occupants, and the Peter Kirk room is 85. It sounds to talk about those sort of numbers. Sounds weird to talk about those numbers during COVID, but someday they might be useful. So moving on, a large portion of the structure would be made of glass and have many roll-up doors, giving it welcoming feel and opportunity for social distancing, as well as outside air to move freely. Inside the space, mobile service kiosks could offer a virtual experience for the customer, while staff could participate from their desks inside City Hall or from a remote location, such as a home office. Large wall space could display a variety of different elements, such as celebrating heritage months, special milestones in city history, or a variety of other commemorations. The space could be used as a city council chamber overflow, staff trainings, or simply just a great place to hang out and get some work done. Space would be outfitted with a projector and video screen and audio capabilities. The virtual service center could act as a chameleon of sorts of buildings. It could sort of change and adapt to whatever we would need it to. So special community presentations could be hosted in the space. In this case being shown in the rendering is a community seminar on auxiliary dwelling units. And then when entering the virtual service center, visitors could find their way to self-service kiosks or make their way to the main lobby of City Hall. This will also make a proper entrance to the home of Kirkland and create a safe environment with an indoor ADA accommodations that we don't currently have. So the next slide is sort of alternate ideas have been explored, sort of have even less interior separation in the space. If we choose. Here we have a view inside the main lobby of City Hall and how the new virtual service center would engage the existing structure. I don't think that's me, but maybe the architect thought it was me. And finally, here we have what's shown here is sort of the possibility of reducing some of the glazing in the space to reduce costs that we can talk about in a little bit when we get to the cost estimate. But as you can see, sort of down in this region, these walls become solid, where in the previous renderings, they're shown as glass. So we'll talk about that when we get to the budget. And finally, an intriguing opportunity here would be the addition of color changing LED lights. The lights could be programmed to complement exhibitions and celebrations during the evening while providing a passive experience for those that might be visiting City Hall. This rendering depicts the city celebrating Breast Cancer Awareness Month and doing it by lighting the space up pink. The schematic design also contemplated some exterior elements that are different or additions to what we have now. Some wayfinding signs that would make it provide a lot more clarity, especially if you come into the east and the west entrances. Currently, we don't really have one, so this would definitely direct you in the right place to make sure that you go to where you need to go when you come on campus. This is sort of an overview of some landscaping. The main event here for me is really there's sort of the shaded yellow-y type color is all of the concrete that would be replaced. And the new concrete would make for smooth transitions between the spaces. Some new plantings and moving the flagpoles and bike racks would complete the exterior elements. This is sort of a street view, as well as sort of the plant palette of a few areas that we would add in the landscaping. So finally, the main event is, what is the anticipated cost of a project like this? And so with all of the elements that we described above, if they were accepted to the project, it would come in right about $2.185 million. And as Mr. Triplett pointed out, it'd be about $185,000 above the current placeholder budget of $200,000. Excuse me. It was asked by some of the council in this, is 8% contingency enough? And after speaking with ARC and our cost estimators, we feel that with all the evaluation that the facility has gone on, or gone under, I would say, in the last 7 years since I've been here, and that the construction of this thing is not all that complex, that 8% is appropriate. we could certainly revisit that number in the future as well. So should the council want to move forward with the project, but perhaps maybe want to keep it within the $2 million placeholder budget, we've added some deductive alternatives here. The deductive alternatives include design fees and taxes and everything that go into them. So this is the actual cost of what these things or what these items or elements of the building we could take away from the $2.185 million. So the first one being the white lighting, that would take away the LED lighting color changing option that we had for about $68,000. That less interior glazing that we spoke about specifically on the north side of the building is about $17,000 reduction if we go there. Removing the exterior wayfinding signage, about $14,000. And finally, removing air conditioning, and it's not heating, but it would be air conditioning. The building would still be heated. For most of the year, it would either need heat or we could roll the doors up and let natural ventilation sort of take over. As we all know, there's a few weeks in August that really, really get hot. So something to really consider, the space would be used by fewer people during those times, should we choose to go down that road. So schedule-wise, should the council want to move forward with this, the schedule highlights could include staff input and design from now until July, bidding and construction documents and creation of specs and all of that would go on from July to December. Bidding would happen in November and December, and a 6-month construction window that would have us opening the virtual service center in the summer of 2022. So finally, should the council choose to move forward with the project, the city would contract with ARC architects right away to gather vital staff input and create final programming elements and evaluate potential conflicts with the City Hall master plan, integrate our permit requirements, and produce construction drawings and specifications for building and construction, along with a final cost estimate, and recommendations of additional funding sources that we would bring back to the City Council prior to bidding. If the project were to move on from there, ARC Architects would continue to provide ongoing construction administration support and provide the city with closeout documents. So this concludes my portion of the presentation. Myself, Mr. Triplett, and Deputy City Manager Dunlap are available for questions you may have.
Okay, let's start out with Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chris. I really appreciate you showing the plant palette. I did not see a green roof, though. Just kidding. I'm pretty excited about this project. I think that building a welcoming, dynamic community space at City Hall would be a huge boon. And I know that it's hard to imagine because we have so many buildings that are empty right now, but we really do not have enough gathering space in this community. And when we talk about the potential for hosting the Alaska Suite in this space, or a youth summit, or K4C elected officials, I mean, this really gives us an opportunity to create a space where we can invite more people to City Hall. So I think we need to move forward. Thinking of the terms of climate change, I would be reluctant to remove the air conditioning at this point. I think we need to plan for the long term with this building. I perhaps removing the glazing, but the other elements I'm interested in keeping. So great job. I think this is neat.
Super. Anybody else comment? Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just pile on and say I support keeping the air conditioning too, even though it's a fairly significant expense. And I'm thinking about situations where we have heat emergencies and we want to provide cooling spaces for people who are not housed, those kinds of things, or even people who are housed, but their houses are 100 degrees inside, right? So I would agree with Councilmember Curtis and keep the air conditioning as well.
Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. Yeah, I really like what I see. I think we have to recognize in this day and age that, and you see it in some of the articles in newspaper recently, is costs are increasing for materials and other things. And so, frankly, coming in a little bit over the budget that was developed a year or two ago, isn't surprising to me, especially when you're talking about the type of material that's needed to build this. So I think we just need to continue moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to just add a question first. What kind of services are you planning, Chris, on putting in? Is there going to be like a kitchen? Is there going to be, is the access to restrooms going to be through the main lobbies? So I'm just wondering if it can be a freestanding place.
At the moment, it is designed to use the restrooms that are provided in the current City Hall. And there is no contemplation for any kitchen activities in there, although it certainly could be evaluated moving forward.
That's the only thing that I would want to think about. I know we've got a semi-kitchen down the hall behind fire, but just trying to maximize what we could do with this space, as long as if we're going to go ahead and spend the money on it. And I think I'm getting a sense that we should move forward with this.
So thank you. So the only comment I'd make to the kitchen question is, obviously, with using the development services dollars, this needs to be focused primarily as a development services supportive space. But if we wanted to explore some other options like expanding a kitchen or so forth, we could certainly look at other like general fund opportunities or other funds like that. So we could certainly at least develop a few ideas on that, but that would need to be different kind of money probably if we began to look at those sorts of things.
Okay, good thought. Councilmember Curtis.
And Councilmember Nixon was before me.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just in response to what the city manager just said, I don't think it needs to be a kitchen, but just having a set of cabinets with a flat surface on top so that it could be used for catering would open a lot of additional possibilities for uses. We could have tables and have meals served and at least have a flat spot where that could be done from. That's my thinking.
I think I was thinking more like we used to have in the old Peter Kirk room with a sink and counter space.
Yeah.
Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you. I did have an extra thought, which is going to increase the budget, which is what sort of AV capabilities will we have in this? Will we be able to stream meetings, that sort of thing? And while I have a second chance to talk, I would love to keep the wayfaring signs. I don't know how many times I've stood outside of City Hall, people asking me which door they should go in. So I think that's really important.
So the AV elements that we have contemplated thus far are similar to the council chamber. You would be able to have a live stream from the chamber and pick up those things. One of the comments that was made by Councilmember Black in the last discussion about this in November was about a video wall, a large video wall. Just to throw that out there, we explored it, and the number came back at about $550,000. So just there's a lot of elements to that, but we did explore that. So if, like I said, the AV elements are similar to what we have in the chamber.
Great. Councilmember Black.
I think Councilmember Pascal is before me. Oh no? Okay. I really quickly, I just wanted to make a pitch for, this is going to be a pun actually. I want to make a pitch for a roof that would be conducive to solar. in a future renovation. I know we have some solar on the roof. I'm sure we have a lot of utilities on the roof that prevent us from being able to do solar, but it'd be great if, I don't know what the pitch on this roof is, Chris, but if it seems like maybe it slopes to the east. It's a single plane that slopes to the east. So I'd like to at least be thinking about that perhaps in the future. And then also I want to make a pitch for the no glazing, that western view. I don't know exactly what the vegetation situation is like that, but on that side of the building, but those renderings that showed that as a wide open west view, it was beautiful. So, and it was, I think, a $16,000 price tag. So I just wanted to make a counterpoint on the glazing.
I see that Deputy City Manager Dunlap has got a comment.
I just wanted to, we did also talk about what it would take to make the roof area solar ready, but it is an order of magnitude of structural engineering that would drive the cost pretty dramatically, which, as you said, was the limiting factor on the roof here as well, that even this superstructure doesn't really have the structure needed to carry that kind of weight. But we did look at it briefly, and it was really more about trying to keep at all within the boundaries of the budget, that we didn't build that in.
Okay, well, I certainly appreciate that too. So thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'm kind of intrigued by the idea that you raised of having restrooms available there. So I'm just curious if that were to be added to the plans. I realize that may need to be different funding. Would that add to the footprint of this? Is there space to add to the footprint, or would it decrease capacity of the room there? I'm kind of just curious if there's room to add and maintain the room capacity. And I'm also curious, during pre-COVID times, how utilized those restrooms were. Have we done an analysis of whether we need more restrooms? Would adding this capacity increase the need for restrooms? Because that's certainly something that I think we should be planning for and considering if we're going to be adding capacity to City Hall.
Quickly, per code, we're not required to add any more, as from the discussions with the architects. We can always build more. There is space out there to build more. I'll be frank, it's really expensive. There's no utilities out there. What we're proposing is really a box on a slab. That doesn't contemplate really, getting rid of water is expensive. Sewer and all of that connection is really, really expensive. So it gets a lot more into the structure, how we tie in, and even permit fees are a lot more. Our capacity charge goes in and things like that. So there's something to consider with all of that. It would be quite expensive.
We've also been having the discussion that it's really to create bigger space, not necessarily to bring more occupants to the building, because if that were the case, we would have to add parking, which we are extremely constrained to do by code. And so we've also been sort of treading a fine line of this is really intended to create different space, not higher occupancy. And as far as I'm aware, I don't know that I've ever heard any complaints or seen any sort of significant waiting at the restrooms, queuing at the restrooms, even when we've had public meetings. But we can certainly see if anyone has had that experience, the Planning Commission or some of the others that have big evening meetings.
Yeah, I think that's worth checking. I worried about capacity as well, but I mean, if we had a council meeting at the same time that we had a large meeting going on in this new space, would we have adequate restrooms? I guess it's just a question to ask, and maybe the architects will have an answer to that. Any further discussion? So we want Chris to proceed.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So
exciting work.
The second check-in on COVID is the council had asked about what was going on with residence evictions, not from the ordinance issue, which you'll talk about during that.
1 second, city manager.
Sorry, city manager. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to ask a process question. We had a member of the community raise her hand earlier for public comment and then got disconnected accidentally. And, I just was wondering if the council would be open to hearing that, because I see that she's connected again. And just kind of being sensitive to our technology issues and how that happens.
Okay, so Deidre is back?
Well, I see her in the attendees list, but I just thought I'd ask the question because I know that she took the time to try to attend tonight.
Kathy, are you in communication with her?
I'm not. I don't have an email address for her.
Okay.
Okay. Did she respond to your Zoom? Kathy?
Do you mean, so I did not chat with her.
I see that you sent a message to her.
It was Cassie.
The attendees don't have access to chat back.
Okay. Hi, Cassie.
Hey, Mayor.
Okay.
Okay, so
okay.
Do we have
to
to
raise her hand?
I thought I would ask. I was trying to be sensitive to the public who was attending.
Okay, so is the answer if we can get her in, let her in? Let's see if we can get her in.
We can get her in.
Can we put the clock back, Kathy?
I don't have tech staff, but I can provide an update at 30
That'd be
seconds.
super. Thank you.
No, we're good. Is she in?
Hey, Deirdre's on the panel now. She just needs to unmute. There you go.
Thank you. John, thank you. Mayor Sweet, Council, thank you so much. This is great. I really appreciate this. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Deirdre Dewan Johnson. I live at South Rose Hill Bridle Trails. I would like to talk to you about item 10A, the Proctor Willows water issue, because I've been talking about Proctor Willows with my neighbors for several weeks now. I was looking at the council's agenda and was quite shocked to see that it's actually an agenda item for this meeting. According to King County Solid Waste, the Proctor Willows development at 124th and Willows Road is on the final four for potential sites for the new transfer station. Is Proctor Willows a viable, believable site for a possible trash facility? Or is it a massive multi-million-dollar planned residential development? I guess your vote tonight will tell us. Many people like me have said the transfer station process is unfair. I've referred to Proctor Willows as a false flag. If it's going to be a transfer station being built in several years, why do you have to vote on additional water main tonight? If Proctor Willows is a legitimate transfer station site candidate, why does the resolution specifically say, whereas the city of Redmond desires a new inserted between two city water systems at 124th and Willows Road to provide redundancy and reliability for a new multi-family mixed-use development known as Proctor Willows? If the city of Kirkland validates this Redmond water request by voting for this resolution, how can we believe a transfer station could ever go there? This residential development is so far down the line, it looks like it's ready to break ground. The city of Kirkland should just say no. No, as long as Proctor Willows is on the solid waste shortlist. Please tell King County and the city of Redmond to remove the site for further consideration and instead come up with a truly viable alternative site in Redmond for the shortlist. Heck, Kirkland offered up our park and ride lot. Redmond has plenty of park and ride lots, and Kirkland offered up a 5-acre site. 5-acre sites in Redmond were never even looked at. And why are we in such a rush? Why can't they even wait till after the EIS process?
You have 30 seconds.
The city of Kirkland has hosted the transfer station for over 55 years, and now we have to hurry up because we're on Quadrant's timeline. I really appreciate all the hard work you guys do, but if you really believe in fairness, you must either say no to Redmond or say no to King County Solid Waste. Thank you.
Thank you, Deidre. Okay. Going back to our agenda.
Thank you.
I believe you were going to present the second half of your COVID-19 update.
All right. So I'll just very quickly turn over to Lynn and Leslie. We wanted to just give you an update on what was going on with residential eviction programs, not legislation. So,
welcome, Lynn.
Hi there, Madam Mayor and council members. It's good to be with you this evening. I have about 11 slides. Just going to hope that I'm sharing successfully. Can you see the slide? Okay, great. So I just want to give a little bit of information about what happened in 2020, utilizing CARES Act dollars for serving Kirkland residents, as well as just a little bit of conversation about 2021. I'm having a problem I did not have 2 minutes ago, which was, there we go. So there are two major sources of funding for city residents to access with CARES Act funding. The City of Kirkland provided about $325,000 to nonprofit agencies and served about 158 households. King County had their Prevention and Rental Assistance Program. They had about $45 million total, and just under 800,000 went to 217 Kirkland households. So there was over $1 million. And just a reminder that this is just CARES Act money. This did not include any of the regular rental assistance programs that a number of agencies run. So the biggest difference between King County, of course, and City of Kirkland is that King County ran the program and City of Kirkland utilized a number of agencies early on in the pandemic through the Human Services Stabilization Fund. There was a number of small amounts provided for agencies. ELAP stands for Eastside Legal Assistance Program, and IAWW stands for Indian Association of Western Washington. And what MCRC stands for Muslim Community Resource Center. And I just wanted to focus a little bit on, So just a quick look at the landlords that were funded, because while we served households, we also were serving landlords. And so 2/3 of the households that were served rented from for-profit properties, and 1/3 from non-profit properties. And then just a little bit of more information about our largest program, which was $225,000 that was administered by the Indian Association of Western Washington, which some of you now have heard they've begun to be called Indian American Community Services, but they're going back and forth. So just as a little FYI. So they received a $25,000 administration fee, and then For Tomorrow provided cultural navigation, but also a lot of paperwork assistance. And it was really remarkable, the relationship that was formed between IAWW and For Tomorrow. For Tomorrow works particularly with the Latino population. And so there was just really, really great service. I just wanted to share just a couple of stories. I had Monique, who is the ED of For Tomorrow, reached out in this last week to touch base with some of the people who had been helped by this program to see how they were doing. And I just wanted to share some of the ways that this program was able to help folks who maybe wouldn't otherwise have been helped. There was a family that actually siblings who live in two separate households. The sister and her husband both lost their jobs at the beginning of the pandemic. He really struggled to find work, and she was not able to look for work because she needed to stay home with the kids. Before being assisted by this program, they had been denied assistance elsewhere because the lease was not in their name, and they were very scared to put their lease or any of their other bills in their name because they are undocumented. And their brother, who has a separate household in Kirkland, also received assistance. They're still very much struggling and are behind on a number of utility bills. In addition to the financial crisis, they lost their father to COVID. Another example of a young man who worked 2 jobs before the pandemic to make ends meet. He lost one of them, and the second one had reduced hours. And so while he was made whole at the end of 2020 through our program, he has now again built up back rent because he hasn't been able to get enough hours. Also a circumstance of a couple who are victims of human trafficking, who are dealing not only with challenges of finding enough work, but also having a large number of legal bills as they try to be able to stay in this country and be safe. Another family who was undocumented, who has no health insurance, was really struggling with medical bills, as well as struggling to serve. And she expressed great shame that she could not even afford to buy laundry detergent. And so Monique actually sent her a gift card in this last week to help her with those very basic needs. So unfortunately, we're able to help a lot of people, but they are continuing to struggle. Just to, one of the reasons that I was interested in collaborating with the India Association of Western Washington and For Tomorrow was to make sure that those populations that were disproportionately impacted by COVID received assistance, and that is exactly what happened. As you know, that we are about right around 75% white population, and the white population that was served here was just under 35%. And so African Americans disproportionately served, as you can see. And so this was really exciting to see that they really were able to reach out and serve those folks who were most in need.
Are you done, Leslie? Or
oh, I'm
no?
sorry. I was having another little technical glitch. So just a couple of words about the King County Eviction Prevention and Rental Assistance Program. They served, as I mentioned before, 217 households. And just to let you know, they had 3 separate funds. So they had a large landlord program. So it was the landlord who applied to be part of the program. And then everyone who qualified, which their program was 50% AMI or lower, would be able to provide paperwork needed to get in. So there'd be one really large check sent to the landlord. So 142 households were served in that way. There was also a separate small landlord program where there was just 14 households served. And then there was a lottery system. So any individual household could put in for the lottery, and that lottery, there was polls every week for several months. And so 61 people were served in that program. King County is getting ready to start up what they call EPRAP 2.0. They have consolidated into one landlord program, continuing with the individual household lottery, but are adding their third fund is going to be direct contracts with community-based organizations. They found that a number of communities of color found the lottery system particularly traumatic, and so they are wanting to be able to team up with agencies who can serve their own community. And then the other significant change is in the last program, they could pay it for up to 6 months. Here, they're going to be able to pay up to 12 months of rent, including 3 months ahead. And just to kind of give you as I mentioned before, King County program had about 45 million in 2020. So far, they have 145 million identified for that program. And that does not include any money from the act that was just passed this month. But just to give you the scope of the landlord program, 800 landlord have signed up for their 2 webinars that they're offering. So there is a great deal of interest and need for this funding. So just offering kind of a 2-phase proposal, suggesting that we use the House Bill 1406 dollars. As you remember, the council decided to get those dollars starting in 2021. And while the long-term plan is to use those monies to contribute to housing through ARCH, it was determined that in 2021 and 2022, because of the pandemic, that those funds would be used for rental assistance. So we're recommending that to get going with some dollars to be available, that we again fund IAWW and For Tomorrow to administer rental, mortgage, and utility assistance. And this is one difference that our program had, that King County does not pay for any mortgage. And this the program that we set up at the end of 2020 did. They only served a couple people, but that was something that was greatly appreciated. And then phase 2 would of course be determined, but a couple of potential revenue sources include the sales tax audit revenue and the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, any dollars that come in through that way. And then before I open it up for questions, I know that there has been a question about the future of the eviction moratorium, which is scheduled to end at the end of March. So I reached out to contact at AWC and was told that, quote, the feeling on the ground is that the governor will extend the moratorium, but that he is still contemplating both the length of the moratorium and what terms there might be. Advocates are asking that he extend the moratorium at least 90 days after the potential effective date of Senate Bill 5160 to ensure program development and rental assistance funds be available. And just a quick summary of 5161 includes tenant protections during and after public health emergencies, legal representation in eviction cases, and authorizing landlord access to state rental assistance programs. So I will stop sharing and open up for other questions.
Okay, first up is Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Leslie. Great job briefing on that. I think that we have a lot to be proud of as a city, that we really applied an equity lens. You did a great job leading this effort on behalf of Human Services, on the staff, to really focus where our focus needed to be. I know we've all learned a lot over this past year, both with the pandemic and with the racial justice movement, of what our priorities need to be. So thank you so much for all your hard work on that. I was really glad to see that the King County is partnering with CBOs in the community as well. That's great progress as well at the county level. So thanks for sharing that. And I did have the question about the eviction moratorium extension. So thanks for updating us on that. I'm curious, as we navigate this, if there's been any requirements tied to either the city or state rental assistance, in not evicting for a certain amount of time. I know we still have the eviction moratorium in place, but obviously we know it's going to expire at some point. Has any of that already been part of the agreement with landlords, either at the county or city level, or with IAWW and other cities that they work with? I know that's something that we're considering moving forward, but I'm curious if we know how that's been working so far. And I have other questions, but I'll pause there.
Okay. So we did not tie any of our dollars last year to keeping people to guaranteeing that they would be able to stay in their housing. What King County is looking to do for this year is when they sign, so they're going to roll, the first part of rolling out their assistance program this year is to have a 3-week window for landlords to apply, so they can see the extent and figure out how many they can enroll. And the agreement that landlords have to make, that is in order to be able to participate and benefit from the program, they have to agree that they can't evict while they're waiting to get payments. And so, for example, if they're told in May that they're going to be funded, but they don't actually get any of those dollars until October, between May and October, they may not evict anyone who is past due. But unfortunately, it does not protect anyone past that, but at least during the time that they're waiting for money, they will, there to guarantee that people can stay in their units.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for sharing both data and, both quantitative and qualitative data. I really appreciated hearing those stories and really kind of understanding what some of our Kirkland community members are going through during this time. I'm curious, you mentioned that IWW or IACC had, or For Tomorrow had provided a gift card to someone, but I know that it seems like the funding that we've given so far for this program has been for those three things you mentioned, for rent, for mortgage, and for utilities. Assuming that we'll have additional fundings coming in through the American Rescue Plan, have we talked about having flexible funds also? I know something we hear from a lot of folks in the community is when they go to get services, it's so labor intensive to have to call, 5 different places to, get all the pieces of the puzzle they need to stay housed and have their basic needs met. Have we thought about, since we're already working and have the partnership with IAWW, IACC, if they'd be willing to issue flexible funds for things like gas cards or grocery cards or, other things that may be needed? Are they set up for that? And have we had that conversation? I know we'll have a retreat on this to really talk about what we want to focus on for the American Rescue Plan, but it seems to me that might be one area we would look at since we have this program already established.
That is one of my, was going to be one of my recommendations. I had actually been in conversation when I spoke with Monique at For Tomorrow. She talked about a Right Now fund that Bellevue Life Springs has, that I think was funded by Amazon. And she spoke about the need to be able to have school counselors be able to say, this child has a need right now, could you please fund this? And I know For Tomorrow expressed interest in being able to help families that way. And so I was planning on suggesting that we provide a flexible fund that would allow for there to be a very simple referral form that would allow for quick help, like you said, for gas, food, and other eyeglasses, that sort of thing.
Thank you. I think it's a nice transition into my next and I think final for now question on this is, can you tell me a little bit about the outreach in this as far as getting the word out there that this program exists to Kirkland residents in need, and also if we have a sense of what the depth of the need is in the community, right? If we was it hard to find people to use up these funds, or was it really easy and we feel like we need I understand that time passes, right? Even the stories you shared, folks may be caught up for 2020, but now are already, already owe back rent here in 2021. So even the existing families that need support, I understand will continue to do that. Do we have a sense of how many more folks we haven't yet reached that may be in need as well?
I don't have the numbers, but I do know that Monique has a wait list and that people have been calling and asking for assistance. And so I checked in with one of the private landlords, and just a really quick estimate that he gave was that 50 to 75% of residents who had been served by a variety of rental assistance programs in 2020 have already have back rent again. So I do not have hard numbers, but we know that I think it took a while to get the word out, but once we did, there was a flood. And so they kept getting busier and busier as it got closer to the end and running out of money.
Thank you.
The best information I can provide.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I think we'd better wrap it up, or we're not going home till tomorrow. Leslie, thank you very much for the report, and good to see you.
Thanks.
And Kurt, now we will move on to our resolution 5434 update.
Yeah, so we have two items for under 5434. The first is potential statement from you, Madam Mayor. This is, as I think many of you saw, a week ago there was a national report that showed that we're seeing a very sad and alarming increase in the number of incidents of hate crimes and hate speech and acts against Asian Americans, unfortunately because of COVID and its continuation. In last week in the national address, President Biden condemned such actions, and there was a request that we make a similar statement here for the city of Kirkland. So you have a short statement I think all the council members have had a chance to see, and opportunity to make that statement tonight.
Thank you. And I want to thank Councilmember Curtis for suggesting that we do this. At this time in our meeting, when we review the progress of R 5434, it is important that we rededicate ourselves to the resolution's fundamental principle: racism in any form and against any group has no place in Kirkland. We are horrified and saddened by the recent and continuing acts of violence against Asian Americans across the country. A recent study based on police department statistics across major U.S. cities found a nearly 150% surge in anti-Asian hate crimes in 2020. We condemn the acts of hate and violence displayed in the rising incidence of anti-Asian hate crimes, and we must halt the spread of bigotry to keep our community safe. It's our collective responsibility to not only speak up and stop hate crimes, but to continue to examine and dismantle institutional and structural racism, to eradicate hate, and to connect with our shared humanity. Our hearts go out to our Asian American neighbors who have experienced hate or violence. Victims deserve support and justice, and there are systems in place to ensure offenders face consequences for these unconscionable actions. Our highest priority is to keep our community safe, and anyone in Kirkland who encounters hate or violence is encouraged to come forward and report their experience to our police department. No one should suffer in silence. Together, we can end racial violence in our communities. Thank you.
So the second item was a draft letter you wanted to offer to the council to be sent to the Houghton Community Council. I have sent an email of the updated letter to all the council members. I also have it that I could put on the screen if the council so desires. And the goal tonight was to see if the council would authorize you to sign that letter and present it to the Houghton Community Council at their March 22nd council meeting. So first, would you like me to put it up?
City Manager, can you just give a little overview
Certainly.
of what it was that we were trying to do?
Certainly, absolutely. So when we initiated referendum 5434, we had a pretty broad community outreach that was first focused and centered on Black people, and then the council, the February 16th council meeting, said now to go broader. One of the groups that we wanted to speak to about that was the Houghton Community Council and our boards and commissions. We very recently learned that the Houghton Community Council was considering, as they normally do, to put the extension of the Community Council on a ballot for the next 4 years at their March 22nd council meeting. And we wanted the opportunity to have them interview with our consultant, Shannon Kelly Ray, who's doing the equity gap analysis. We wanted the Houghton Community Council members to have that opportunity for that interview and to take the same survey that the City Council took and do some focused public outreach so that community council members could be informed about some of these issues before anyone files and runs. And so the purpose of the letter is to say, could you please hold off for at least a month to not take action on the extension until you've had the opportunity to go through these meetings with Shannon Kelly Ray and to do some of this research. So that's the purpose of the letter.
Thank you very much. And the Houghton Community Council knows that I will be presenting, we'll send that letter in the next day, we approve it. And the Houghton leadership knows that I will be on their Zoom call next week to present it. And then I think we need to publish it as as an example of what we are putting, or not putting our community through, but the extremes to which we are going to go in doing our own equity assessment. So any changes or issues with the letter as it currently exists? Kurt, is that letter online yet so that people in the community can see it?
It is not yet. I can put it up now, but it's a draft form. So we're looking for a motion to approve the letter, and then we're going to make it official and have it for your signature. And once it was signed, we are going to then make it posted.
Great. So could I get a motion, Councilmember Curtis?
Yes, we had a conversation with the Houghton Community Council leaders last week, and it was a positive, collaborative conversation about how we can continue to do this work together. This letter is not a surprise to them. So I make a motion that we send this letter to the Houghton Community Council.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Black, to send this letter to the Houghton Community Council. Discussion. Councilmember Black, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what Councilmember Curtis said. We had a really fruitful discussion with the leadership of the Houghton Community Council, and it was, they were very open to. They seemed very open to the invitation to participate in the equity assessment process that we are undertaking in the city of Kirkland. Throughout all our organization, throughout all our programs and all our processes, including our boards and commissions, and of course that includes the Houghton Community Council. So I really hope that the letter has its intended effect. I hope, Mayor, that your presentation to the entire Community Council next week has its intended effect, and that the council will engage in this important process stemming from R5434, will engage in this process with us for the next month and take a thoughtful approach to the decision that they have to make about re-upping the charter and running for re-election. I will, of course, be supporting this motion.
It's been moved by Councilmember. Any further discussion? It's been moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Black, that I go ahead and sign off on the letter to the Houghton Community Council. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes, the motion carries unanimously. Was there anything else?
That's it for 5434 update. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to item number 9, our consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold for an audit of the accounts.
Thank you, Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $3,057,817.53 and bills in the amount of $2,235,174.60.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Been moved by Councilmember Pascal.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Curtis. Any discussion? Question is on the motion to approve the consent calendar, moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Curtis. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes, the consent agenda is approved. This takes us to item number 10, our business agenda. Do we want to wait a little bit for our break and take this first agenda item? Let's go ahead with the interlocal agreement with the City of Redmond regarding the Proctor Willows private development. Welcome, Josh.
Okay, thank you, Emma. Just one quick introduction before I turn over to Josh Pansky, Utility Manager. I wanted to address the testimony you heard under items from the audience, which is to let folks know that we have been working on this agreement for over a year. Before the Solid Waste Division of King County named that site as one of the potential properties. So we actually did hold off on this to evaluate whether any action had an impact on that siting process. So the decision to move ahead with this agreement doesn't help or hurt whether that site is selected. The City Council's also sent a letter to King County stating that they think if this site is taken off the list, an additional site in Redmond should be put on the list. So we're very much aware of the transfer station process, but it has come up at the very end of an agreement that we've been working on a long time that's actually very much in the health and safety benefit of both cities for the water connection. So just for that as background, I'll go ahead and turn over to Mr. Pansky.
Thank you for that introduction, Kurt. Very important points you gave there. Good evening, Madam Mayor, and good evening, council members. I'm going to share my screen here. I've got a couple slides for us. As the agenda states, we're discussing, can you see the slides?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
No. I got to share my screen, that's why. Share screen.
There you go.
How about now? There we go.
There you go.
Great. There we go. As the agenda states, we're discussing an interlocal agreement between the cities of Kirkland and the city of Redmond for a water system intertie near the Willows development at Northeast 124 Willows Road. Excuse me. My slide order here is not what I was expecting it to be. It's jumped one. I'm going to go here. Looking for this here. Just going to talk to you for a few minutes about the Proctor Willows development itself. Be a brief history about the water system in that area. It's changed hands a few times. Talk to you about the items we've considered, as Kurt said, over the last year while formulating this agreement, and then discuss the solutions that the agreement presents to those considerations, and then just make our recommendation. Proctor Willows development itself is a multifamily mixed-use development scheduled for 3 phases, and is scheduled to build 369 individual residences and have potentially office space and retail space for about 102 employees. The city of Redmond is requiring the development to build a water system loop for fire flow and water quality assurance going into the future. And this intertie is the least expensive method to perform that loop. There are other options, but this is the least expensive, and this is why they've come to us asking for intertie. In this area of the water system started out as Water District 81, also known as the Rosehill Water District, and in 1991, the cities of Kirkland, Redmond, and Bellevue assumed the Rosehill Water District. In 1997, those same 3 cities formulated a supplementary interlocal and operation and maintenance agreement outlining the ownership and the operation and maintenance responsibility of the large infrastructure, like the 2 water tanks that we have, our connections to the Toll East Line supply line, and the numerous different pressure reducing valves that ultimately serve these zones. In 2011, the city of Kirkland annexed the previously unincorporated neighborhoods of Finn Hill, Juanita, and Kingsgate. Kingsgate overlaps this section of water system here in the black dashed outline. In the assumption agreement, City of Kirkland or City of Redmond initially owned this. It went from Rosehill Water District to City of Redmond. With that Kingsgate annexation, it fell within the City of Kirkland's municipal boundary. And in 2013, the cities of Kirkland and Redmond entered the Kingsgate annexation agreement, where the City of Kirkland assumed ownership of this black area outlined in black, excuse me. and making the water line in Northeast 124th Street, City of Kirkland property. Some things we considered over the last year while trying to determine how to better serve this development are operations, things like operational parameters, who gets to turn which valves and when, who maintains the pressure reducing valves that feed the zone. As you could imagine, the City of Kirkland annexing that northern portion of the 285 zone separates that zone into two. It's one zone, but it's operated by two different entities, and so we have to consider the water flow between the two and how the water moves back and forth between the system, and that leads to the water quality and the fire flow considerations. We want to make sure that we're always providing healthy and safe drinking water, and that it's fresh and continuous, and also that the zone itself has enough fire flow to serve, excuse me, take my hand off the wheel here, has enough fire to serve the development at the size that it's been proposed at. Development was not part of City of Redmond's city comprehensive plan prior to, I don't quite know the date, but I do know that they went to Redmond's council to change the zoning for that property to allow this development. And thusly, it was not considered in Redmond's last water system update, water system plan update. And so then it was not included in our water system plan update. And so we wanted to make sure that fire flow and water quality would be continuous and would not be interrupted for Kirkland's residents in our portion of the 285. There are some system improvements that could have taken place, including extending Redmond's water main on Willows Road up to the Proctor Willows development, and that could have effectively created a looping system much more costly than this intertie. And then also pressure zone ownership. One of the options that we considered actually was the City of Kirkland and annexing this as part of the City of Kirkland water system and serving that solely just so that just to minimize the number of hands or number of operators that are in that water system. And then also, as you all have heard and discussed this evening, recently King County identified this location as has potential for the Northeast Recycling and Transfer Station siting. Some of the solutions that this agreement presents are that the City of Kirkland allows intertie to our water system, and that the City of Redmond models the 285 pressure zone, including their entire portion of the zone, Kirkland's entire portion of the zone, which is on the north side there, just to ensure that there is enough fire flow to meet the demands of that development, and that the water quality will not be affected for any zone. By July of the year, by July 2021, the cities of Kirkland and Redmond staff will get together and align some near-term operational strategies for physical emergencies such as water main break or planned maintenance, so that we're notifying each other and we know who's doing what and when, and or if after hours emergency we need to contact one another and coordinate on valve shutting down and zone isolation and things like that. The City of Redmond would agree to extend that Willows Road water main up from where it's dead ended down about a quarter mile down south, and that would occur within 3 years of the completion of the intertie, or December 31, 2026, whichever one is later. And then discuss in this agreement the transfer of Kirkland's portion of the 285 to Redmond to create one single zone operator. And this ultimately would increase accountability to the zone, and it would allow one operator to serve those customers and be in contact with those customers, and ensure that there be no missteps or miscoordination between the two agencies serving those customers. And then also it identifies some parameters should this property be identified as, if it were selected as the NERTS site. It allows the extension of the Willows Road water main to be negotiated if that inner tie has already been constructed and is in operation. And if it has not been constructed and in operation, then most of the parameters of the agreement are set aside and we continue to discuss the single zone operator portion. And so as it stands, staff are recommending that the city council approve the resolution allowing the city manager to sign and enter into the interlocal agreement for water system intertie with the city of Redmond. There's supposed to be a question slide there. I would be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Council, questions? In which case I'd be happy, Councilmember Black.
I'll go first, or maybe I'll go alone. I don't know. I have a couple questions and then a couple comments. My first question, when we discuss the benefits of the intertie and we discuss the increase in the fire flow capacity, we discuss improved water quality, we discuss improvements in operational redundancy. Are those limited to the Proctor Willow site? My understanding is those include areas of Kirkland as well. Can you clarify that for me?
That's correct. So essentially, as it stands, with the intertie built, and before the Willows Road water main is extended up from Redmond, the city of Kirkland largely serves this development. And the city of Kirkland's portion of the 285 zone is with early modeling indicates that we're fully capable of serving this zone with decreased water quality and with abundant fire flow. And with the extension of that water main, all those parameters only increase. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, just one point of clarification. When we say the zone, we're not talking about the Proctor Willows development. We're talking about the entire zone, which includes some of Kirkland, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
The 285 zone includes Kirkland residents.
80% of the zone, what I nonchalantly can throw out as the zone is in Redmond, and there is a tail of that zone that is in Kirkland.
Okay. No, thank you. I appreciate that. And again, I want one more point of clarification because we've received some comments about the inclusion of this site in the in King County's solid waste Northeast transfer center siting process.
Yeah.
The discussion around this, the original proposal for this intertie and the discussion around this intertie are over a year old. Is that correct? Is that my understanding?
That's correct. Yeah. My initial conversations with Redmond began in 2019, late 2019.
2019. Okay, great. Thank you. So I'll make two comments then, and I appreciate, Josh, your presentation and your time and for answering my questions. First comment is I'm going to support this resolution. My second comment is, and maybe it's sort of the obvious one, but I really want to make the point that when it comes to the work that the King County is doing to site the Northeast transfer facility, just adding my voice to the encouragement that King County add another site other than the Proctor Willows site to their short list of sites that they're giving serious consideration to. Because clearly, even the development on this Proctor Willows site long predated the work that's been done in developing the site is months, if not years old, and long predates the site being included as one of the last 4 sites being considered. So I know that the city staff and city leadership is already working on this, but I just want to add my voice to that and really encourage us to get King County to take seriously another site in Redmond for siting, so that we can have an honest and transparent process about the siting of the Northeast facility. That's it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Black, I couldn't agree with you more. I am now happy to accept a motion to approve the interlocal agreement with Resolution R 5471.
I'm unmuted, so I'll go ahead and make that motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Black. It's been moved by Councilmember Black, seconded by Deputy Mayor Arnold. Any further discussion? Question is on the motion to approve Resolution R 5471, approving an interlocal agreement with the City of Redmond. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes. Motion carries unanimously. That takes us to the 2021 State Legislative Update number 5. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. That pretty much says it all. So once again, to give you your update on number 5 is our Government Affairs Manager, Lori McKay.
Welcome, Lori.
She is.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
I am having the worst technical difficulties tonight. But anyway, hello. Good evening. Let me share my screen. I thought you were going to go on break. I was like, oh, they're going to go on break. I don't have to be dialed in. Okay. All right. Can everybody see that?
Mm-hmm.
Super. All right. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members. For the record, I'm Lori McKay, your Government Relations Manager, and tonight council is receiving its 5th update on the city's 2021 legislative agenda. I have 8 slides tonight. We'll get oriented as per usual on the session cutoff calendar. We'll check in on the status of the city's legislative priorities, and we'll update on the status of the priority coalition advocacy items. And then we'll discuss, we'll follow the status update with a discussion of and growth substitute House Bill 1054, a priority bill of the Association of Washington Cities that would establish requirements for tactics and equipment used by peace officers. This request comes at the legislative work group's recommendation. And then we'll have next steps. So on the screen now is the session cutoff calendar. And last Tuesday, March 9th, was the last day to pass bills in the House of Origin. And as you'll see in the upcoming slides, a majority of bills that the council has taken an interest in this session are moving along pretty well. And if I could just also just pause for a moment to highlight that for a COVID-constrained session that we thought was going to see fewer bills introduced, in the first 55 days of session, city staff, department subject matter experts have reviewed and commented on 210 distinct bills and have reviewed various amendments and iterations of the original bills. And this is well over our 4-year average of bills reviewed and represents this huge body of work on top of an already huge body of work that city staff have. And I just would like to just note that Council's legislative work group could not do what it does without this exceptionally hardworking city staff. And I just salute them, and thank you for giving me a moment to just make that comment. March, let's see, the day after the last day. So March 10th, bills were passed out of the House of Origin and sent over to the opposite chamber, where they may or may not be scheduled for hearing. March 26th, next Friday, is the policy committee cutoff, and April 2nd is the cutoff for House fiscal committees, Senate Ways and Means, and transportation committees to move bills out. April 11th is the last day to pass opposite House bills, except initiatives, alternatives to initiatives, budgets, and matters necessary to implement the budgets and differences between the houses. April 25th is the last day allowed for a regular session. So this slide here shows the city's adopted priorities, and as has been discussed at recent council meetings, the top 2 items will be reapproached next session. So let's move on to rows 3 and 4 on this slide. The city prioritized seeking funding for 4 capital budget projects and 2 transportation budget projects. Staff, Chris Dodd, Chris Lynch, and Joel Funt helped the city be responsive through the process of preparing information for these member requested projects. With the March 2021 state revenue forecast about to be submitted to the governor, the legislature's budgets are about to come into focus, so we'll see a little bit more here. The way it works is on or before March 20th, which is Saturday, the revenue forecast will be submitted, and then after that happens, we can expect the Senate to release its budget proposals, operating, capital, and transportation budgets, followed shortly thereafter by the House's budget proposals. And once those are released, staff will comb through the capital budgets and transportation budgets looking to see if these projects are listed. So I will have a good update, hopefully a good update on April 6th at your next council meeting. This slide here begins the review of the city's priority coalition advocacy items. Council has approved some of these bills to be elevated to priority status, and I'll call those out as we go forward. So just looking at the lightly shaded row in this grid, you'll see bills that the Washington Low Income Housing Alliance has prioritized and that the Kirkland has also prioritized at some level or another. The first is Substitute House Bill 1070. This is a bill that Council elevated to a city priority. The bill is sponsored by Representative Ryu of the 32nd Legislative District and modifies allowed uses of local tax revenue for affordable housing and related services to include the acquisition and construction of affordable housing and facilities. This is the bill that would provide flexibility to the efforts by King County's Health Through Housing initiative. The bill was heard last week in House Housing and Local Government. The city submitted written testimony in support of the bill, and it is scheduled, it was scheduled for executive session today, and executive action was taken. Substitute House Bill 1277 is another bill that the city prioritized. It's sponsored by Representative Ormsby of the 3rd Legislative District. 1277 is what we call the document recording fee bill. It would provide additional revenue for eviction prevention and housing stability services. This is the bill that has been sitting in House Appropriations since February 2nd. It was heard in the House Appropriations yesterday and is scheduled for executive session on Thursday. Council's meeting on the 16th, members approved the city taking a position on support on the following 2 bills. Senate Bill 5160 Sponsored by Senator Cooter, this bill addresses landlord-tenant relations by providing certain tenant protections during and after public health emergencies, providing for legal representation in eviction cases, and authorizing landlord access to state rental assistance programs. The bill was passed by the Senate on March 4th with 29 yeas to 20 nays, and then referred to the House Committee on Housing and Human Services and Veterans. 5160 was heard in the committee this morning, where Mayor Sweet provided testimony in support of the bill. It had been scheduled for executive session, but that was removed from the legislature's official website today. Substitute 1236 is sponsored by Representative Macri of the 43rd Legislative District and would protect residential tenants from the beginning to end of their tenancies by penalizing the inclusion of unlawful lease provisions and limiting the reasons for eviction, refusal to continue, and termination. That's a mouthful. 1236 was passed by the House on March 7th, 54 yeas to 44 nays. The bill was heard in Housing and Local Government last week, where at the request of the Washington Low Income Housing Alliance, Councilmember Falcone testified in support of the bill. 1236 is scheduled for executive session on Thursday. Now moving to the lower, kind of darker shaded row on this slide. We have a priority bill of the Alliance for Gun Responsibility, a gun safety bill that Kirkland elevated to as a priority early in the session. It's engrossed substitute bill 5038. It's sponsored by Senator Cooter, and council has had many discussions about this bill, including in detail at its last regular meeting. The short title for 5038 is that it would provide or prohibit the open carry of certain weapons at public demonstrations and at the state capitol. 5038 was heard in the House Civil Rights and Judiciary Committee this morning, where Councilmember Curtis was prepared to testify in support of an amendment that the city proposed to address concerns with one piece of the striker that was adopted on the floor of the Senate. And while Councilmember Curtis didn't get an opportunity to testify this morning, she did submit written testimony, and Representative Wallen agreed to sponsor the city's proposed amendment, and the bill is scheduled for executive session on Friday. So moving on to this slide, shows bills that are priority bills for the Association of Washington Cities and related to statewide policing reforms, two of which council elevated to be priority bills for Kirkland at its meeting on the 16th of February. Substitute Senate Bill 5066 is a city priority bill, and it is sponsored by Senator Dingra and concerns a peace officer's duty to intervene. 5066 was heard last Friday in House Public Safety, where Mayor Sweet signed on in support of the bill, and it is scheduled for executive session on Thursday. Senate Bill 5259 is also a council-approved priority bill. It's sponsored by Senator Nobles and of the 28th Legislative District and concerns law enforcement data collection. 5229 was heard this morning in Public Safety, where the city submitted written testimony in support of the bill. And it hasn't yet been scheduled for executive session, but I assume it will because it passed resoundingly by the Senate, but we'll see. The next two bills are ones that council has maintained a monitoring position on. And gross substitute House Bill 1054 is sponsored by Representative Johnson of the 30th Legislative District. This bill would establish requirements for tactics and equipment used by peace officers. As I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, the legislative work group would like to have further discussion about this bill, so we're going to come back to it in a minute. The last bill on the list here is engrossed second substitute Senate Bill 5051. It's sponsored by Senator Peterson of the 43rd Legislative District and concerns state oversight and accountability of peace officers and corrections officers. 5051 was heard last week, and it's scheduled for executive session on Thursday. Staff and our consultants at Waypoint are working to communicate to the committee chair concerns about the funding necessary to implement this sweeping piece of legislation, particularly given the city's efforts and the efforts of our delegation members over the past several sessions to secure funding for officer trainings. I could go a little bit more into that, but I'd also tag our city attorney to talk a bit about that if members want to discuss that further. But that's where we are with that bill. So moving on to the discussion slide on 1054. What's on the slide here is the committee staff report. And I apologize for all of the information on this slide, but just to help focus, I've highlighted the first and fourth bullets. These are the two areas in the bill that Police Chief Harris provided concerns and comments on to the legislative work group, and those were shared with council on Sunday. The chief's comments have been shared with Senator Dingra, who is the vice chair of the committee where this bill was heard last week, and also shared with Senator Cooter, who serves on the committee. And then I'll just jump to this next slide, which also has a lot of words on it, but it reflects the concerns and proposed amendments that the city is suggesting be incorporated in the bill. And just in a nutshell, the first proposed amendment adds a line that would recognize what might happen in a deadly force situation in which an officer is in fear of their own life or the life of another or serious physical injury. And then the second proposed amendment would delete mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicles from the definition of military equipment because these vehicles obtained through the 1033 military surplus program are not equipped with weapons, and they're not armed vehicles. And within the legislation, vehicles or equipment that isn't a weapon or armed with a weapon is allowable. So those are the amendments provided to Senator Dingra. And we have some discussing to do with her at this point. This is kind of happening as we speak. So I am going to look to the chair of the legislative work group to engage the discussion from here forward. If that's okay. I can also unshare my screen here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Mayor. As we've looked at a number of these bills that were city priorities around police accountability, we've been looking for opportunities for bills that were in the monitor state as they went through the process and got close enough that we could support it. In this particular case, the work group is recommending that we support these bills and push for those amendments. I specifically want to call out the language that Lori called out on the armor protected vehicle. The particular section of the bill that mentions these things are all about armed vehicles and different things. And in discussion with the chief, who provided Chief Harris, who provided a lengthy description of when an armored protected vehicle is used by our regional SWAT team and why it is useful. It's something used to protect officers. And so we'd like to be able to push for support of this particular bill that is moving with these amendments. Thank you.
Any discussion? I think this is the work group. I mean, quite frankly, I can't support moving it to support unless we get the amendments. So I think is that what we're saying, Jay? Because if we don't get the amendments, will we shift our support?
I think this is similar to one of the situations we had earlier in the session where our voice is stronger in saying, we support the concept and want to push for amendments. I think that for the two areas of concern here, I think the case on the armored vehicle is going to stand a much better chance of getting amendment than the piece on the lateral vascular neck restraint. There was a specific amendment on that as the bill passed the other chamber that was defeated. But I do agree with the chief's positions on both. But I think we're operating from a stronger point of view if we're in the support category, pushing for these amendments with our legislators.
I understand that. I saw Councilmember Nixon first.
Thanks. Well, assuming that we are going to vote on this, I would not support changing our position to support without having at least the neck restraint amendment. The MRAP is a nice to have, but I really don't think it makes any sense to tell police officers that they can't do something that every other citizen would be entitled to do to defend their own life. And to actually say it's going to be a crime for a police officer to do that makes no sense to me. If they are in a life and death struggle and their choice is between shoot somebody or grab them around the neck and try to make them stop, I'd rather have them grab them around the neck and make them stop than fire their weapon in a life or death situation. So I will vote no on supporting the bill in its current form.
Councilmember Pascal. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to go to Councilmember Curtis first.
I was just going to support what Deputy Mayor said. When we have a monitor position, we're sort of taking a back seat and letting the process move forward. By saying support with supporting the amendments allows us to be more vocal and more proactive about our stance and try to move this bill forward. And Councilman Nixon, I appreciate what you said, and I think most of us have the same concerns, but by doing support, we can now advocate more strongly on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, I obviously support the intent of the bill. I have concerns about the language and the unintended consequences that could arise. I'm still I guess I still disagree that changing our position from monitor to support is going to give us a stronger say. I still think that maintaining monitor and advocating for our changes, I think we're still in a strong position to do that. I don't think that should be the reason why we change our stance. So I'll be supporting no changes to our position. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to add my voice that I support the intent of both these bills, but I also do support the amendments. And so I'll be supporting this with the hope that from the guidance from the legislative working group that with our support comes more leverage in getting these amendments given serious consideration. Thanks.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, can I get a motion?
Madam Mayor, that I move that the council changes position on 1054 to support and directs the legislative work group to pursue the amendments outlined in the staff memo.
Second.
Been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to change the status on House Bill 1054 from monitor to support. Any further discussion? Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon,
No.
Councilmember Black,
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis,
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone,
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal,
No.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Mayor Sweet.
Yes, motion carries. Any further discussion, Lori?
No, I'm done, basically. If I went back to my slideshow, it would just be the calendar, so I'll just stop.
Got it. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, we are at 9:40. Let's take a 15-minute break. Be back at 9:55.
You're live, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we are back from a break and we are moving on to our business agenda to the Fire Proposition 1 implementation plan. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this presentation is a little bit longer because it sets up the next two to go a lot faster. So this is about the Fire and Emergency Medical Services implementation plan, and it's going to be done in the tag team by our management analyst, Andriana Campbell, and then also our Deputy City Manager, Tracy Dunlap, and we also have the fire chiefs and others here to help if we need them. So I believe I'm going to turn over to Andriana to start us off.
Thank you, City Manager. And before I begin, I want to make sure everyone can see my screen and hear me okay.
Yep.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. I'm excited to be here tonight alongside Deputy City Manager Tracy Dunlap to present the Fire Proposition 1 implementation plan. This is a high-level overview of what we'll cover tonight. I'll begin by discussing a brief discussion of the background and the operating implementation before turning it over to the Deputy City Manager to cover the capital implementation, temporary station, and next steps. We have 26 slides in total, beginning with a brief background. For 5 months, staff engaged a community safety advisory group consisting of 30 community members over the course of 8 3-hour-long evening meetings, educating the group on all things fire and emergency medical services related. Ultimately, the Community Safety Advisory Group put forth a recommendation of different capital and operating ballot measure elements for the council to consider placing on the November 2020 ballot. Once that recommendation was complete, the city manager convened a recommendation review team consisting of nearly representation from every city department to really dig into the feasibility of the recommendation. And staff brought forward updates to the council from the recommendation review team through the months of March, April, May, June, and July. In April, Council adopted Resolution 5413, accepting the Community Safety Advisory Group's recommendation, and because of the financial uncertainty of COVID-19, directed the city manager to conduct further public outreach. The next month, we brought back some overwhelmingly positive survey results, and with that, the council decided to continue to the ballot by adopting Ordinance 4731, placing Proposition 1 on the November ballot, which passed with over 71% support. And the city manager convened a steering team, essentially a continuation of the recommendation review team, to begin formulating an implementation plan. As a reminder, Prop 1 was a permanent levy lid lift of 23.5 cents per thousand of assessed valuation to fund both capital and operating expenses. And as another reminder, in Ordinance 4731, the operating and capital elements, which are acquiring and stockpiling PPE, hiring 20 additional firefighter EMTs, funding additional operating and maintenance expenses, relocating and constructing a new fire station 27 in Totem Lake, renovating fire stations 21 in Forbes Creek, 22 in Houghton, and 26 in Rose Hill, designing and constructing a temporary fire station. And before council formally adopted Ordinance 4731, they placed an additional penny per thousand of AV onto the levy to ensure that even if Kirkland's AV decreased, we'd still be able to carry out all elements of the program according to the timeline expected by the community. So in 2021, that additional penny generates $245,000 more than is needed for the levy program. And in the chart below, you can see that the penny is included in the total revenue from the levy, but is being set aside for further council deliberation and is not included in the bolded levy revenue for the program. Well, hiring 20 firefighter EMTs is no small feat. So the fire department is looking at providing formal job offers earlier in order to compete for qualified and diverse candidates, which allows for greater anticipation and planning, especially when it comes to hiring for attrition and any concerns that may come up during background checks. Now, this chart in each row shows each row indicates a hiring and recruit academy timeline. So the cross-hatched quarters represent the hiring timeline, and the light green quarters represent the recruit academy. You'll notice over the next 2.5 years, there are 4 academies, each with 5 Proposition 1 hires. And while it's not perfect, the intent here is to have the recruit academies finish at the same time that New Station 24's construction, New Station 27's construction, and the renovation of Station 22 is to complete, so that all firefighters have somewhere to operate out of. This chart shows the one-time and ongoing operating costs of hiring 20 firefighter EMTs. So in year 2021, you have 1 academy. In 2022, you have 2. And in 2023, you have 1, making the year 2024 the first full year of all 20 firefighter EMTs being online with no additional one-time costs. And you'll also notice a one-time PPE purchase of $117,000 in 2021. That purchase was made earlier this month. It is a 12-month reserve, and it's based off of the burn rate of 354 sets of eye protection, masks, gowns, and gloves per week. Deputy Chief Dave Van Valkenburg has been representing the department on the King County Fire Chiefs and Washington State Fire Chiefs Diversity and Inclusion Committees, and reporting back to the larger steering team on the diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging efforts, which include removing roadblocks to testing, things like subsidizing testing costs and working with neighboring agencies to provide testing at a lower cost. The department's also partnering with King County EMS's Women in Fire and EMS Service to create diverse advertising for recruitment. The screenshot on the right is actually taken from a video filmed at Houghton Station 22, where firefighters shared their experiences with pregnancy while working in the fire service. And the department's also partnering with King County EMS to provide a recruitment event in Kirkland this fall. And lastly, the department's looking at improving the interview process by having a better cross-representation of the department on each interview panel and working with Sound Solutions to create more behavioral-based questions to remove bias and subjectivity in the interview process. And before we continue, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I know that was a quick overview. So I want to ask if there are any questions while we take a moment for the Deputy City Manager to begin sharing her screen.
Council, any questions? I have one, Andriana. The PPE expense, that's a 12-month expense, so that we anticipate incurring it again in 12 months?
No, as far as I'm aware, it's a one-time purchase, 12-month reserve, but I would ask that Fire Chief Sanford make sure that that is correct.
Yes, it's a one-time purchase, and we will continue purchasing our regular rate of PPE supplies. So it's a one-time purchase stockpile, and then we'll rotate the new stuff into the back end and use it. So N95 masks do have an expiration date, so we'll make sure that none of those go to waste.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Tracy, I guess you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Can you see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to walk you through the capital implementation side, and my apologies in advance. There are many numbers in the capital implementation side. So if there are questions, feel free to stop me. When we put the permanent levy lid lift on the ballot, rather than 2 questions, which is what the ComSeg had originally been talking about, one for capital and one for operating, it limited our options of how we could fund capital. And one of the options that was talked about at that time was to fund the capital program pay as you go. And pay as you go simply means you accumulate the money, you kind of save it up each year until you have enough to do a project. So you accumulate it over time, and then you do one project at a time. The result of doing that extends the timeline for doing those projects beyond that which was contemplated by the ComSeg. So to illustrate that, we basically looked at the total levy available for the program, took out those operating costs that Andriana reviewed for the 20 firefighters, and then determined how much remaining revenue was left to do pay-as-you-go capital. And then in this giant spreadsheet that's on the wall behind me, we ran it out for, I don't know, 50 years or something like that, and then figured out when we would have enough money to do each one of the projects, recognizing that the projects escalate for inflation as you move out further in time as well. And the result of that was that it would have taken us 25 years to do the projects that were contemplated, the new Station 27 and the renovations of the other 3 stations, if we were to save up each year and then do one project at a time when the money was available. And that also assumed that we would use real estate excise tax that the council had set aside in the event the levy didn't pass to help pay for the land where Fire Station 27 is going to be located, the new station. We had bought that property earlier, and we had used an interfund loan that needed to be paid back. But even using that real estate excise tax sort of pay-as-you-go strategy meant that it would take us 25 years or more to do those projects. And so we convened a group that included finance and the bond council and the city attorney's office and others to talk about what alternatives we could do within the limitations that exist, both in the question and in state law. And so there are a few things as we talk about this that I just want to point out about the language that was in Ordinance 4731. And these 2 elements, one allows the council to determine the best interests of the residents of the city related to fire and EMS services. So what things would be funded in the best interest, but also it allows the council to alter, make substitutions to, and amend such components as it determines are in the best interest of the city. And part of that language is to recognize that circumstances change and that in the end, the intent is to carry out the program, which is hire the 20 firefighters and do the capital projects as they were envisioned by the ComSeg. And so we worked on trying to use this language to create a scenario that would get the program done in the original time frame that had been contemplated. So what we did is we took a look at the fire budget, and basically the 2-year budget for 2021 and 22 is just under $50 million for all of the things that are done in the fire department, operations being the biggest piece at 41 million. And the fire department brings in a level of funding that's dedicated to fire, for example, funds from the EMS levy that are used for fire purposes, or the transport fees, but the vast majority of that $50 million budget is paid by general tax revenues. So essentially the general fund revenues of the city, combination of property taxes, sales taxes, utility taxes, all of the taxes that the city collects. And so the language in the ordinance calls for funding operations and capital of the fire department. And so in looking at this information, we were evaluating whether we could fund other pieces of the fire operation to free up general tax revenues to help support debt, because debt was the way we were going to accelerate the projects to that 5-year window that was in the original ComSeg recommendation. So this is that 5-year window. Fire Station 27 and 22 are done first and done on parallel tracks. So the two biggest projects are actually done at the beginning, followed by the renovations of Station 26 and 21. There's also included in that building a temporary station for when stations 22 and 26 are renovated. And I'll have a little more detailed update on that, because we actually think we have good news that we found an alternative that is less expensive than building the station that's shown here, the $3.2 million roughly. But this is the program that we were trying to execute, which is the time frame that the original ComSeg recommendation contemplated. So when we looked at the funds that were being generated by the levy, in the first year, we don't use most of it to pay for the firefighters. We use only $700,000 to pay for the firefighters and the personal protective equipment. And so that leaves $6.3 million that we can use toward capital. That helps us pay off the interfund loan and all of that. But what we're proposing is that in future years, we're going to use funding from the levy to support some existing firefighter EMT positions, so that frees up some of those general tax revenues that support the bulk of the fire department budget to help us support debt service with the full faith and credit of the city's general fund, rather than supporting that debt service from the levy. And so what we're proposing is we would fund some existing firefighters, which would then free up the funds that we're paying those costs in the budget. And over time, that number decreases as the cost of the new 20 firefighters increases, but that gives us enough general fund capacity to be able to issue bonds that are backed by the full faith and credit of the general fund to fund those capital projects on the schedule that I showed on the prior slide. And so in the end, to fund the whole program, we're using some money from the levy in the early years, using some small amount of the GEMT, which are reimbursements we get from Medicare for transports, or Medicaid, I believe, for transports. But the majority of the capital program we're going to fund with debt proceeds. And those debt proceeds are $45.5 million when you add in issuance costs, about $46 million. And we're assuming that we'll borrow that debt in two pieces. One, to pay the cost of the upfront projects, which is the new Station 27 and 22, and then another issuance to fund the cost of the later projects. So that strategy will allow us to actually complete the projects in the schedule that was originally proposed, as opposed to that 25-year timeline if we tried to do it pay-as-you-go. So now we kind of move into the bridge between this discussion and the discussion of the bond ordinance that you'll see next. Now that we have a funding source to be able to debt fund the fire capital projects, capital planning usually calls for you to look at all your capital program and say, if you're planning on issuing debt for capital, you want to do it once, not multiple times. You want to put the projects together because it's more economical to do that. When you put them all in one place, it's a lower cost of financing than if you were to do separate issues every several months or something like that to fund the individual projects. So what we looked at was the debt funding plan, which you have seen previously related to the transportation CIP. So there's planned borrowing associated with the Totem Lake Connector Bridge, which is imminent. Basically, those funds are needed soon. And funds associated with the 100th Avenue project, Juanita Drive, and the other projects you see there. And so in the capital improvement program, we were assuming we'd be issuing somewhere in the area of $16 million worth of debt for transportation projects, or needed proceeds of $16 million. And at the same time, the two debt issues that we would need to fund the fire station. So looking at those together, we said, how can we move this around so that we can do two larger bond issues instead of several small bond issues? And so what we looked at is the proceeds that we needed. And then that turned into the borrowing plan. And these numbers are slightly higher than the totals you see on the prior page, because this is the amount of bonds we would actually issue. And there are issuance costs that are associated with them that have to do with the fees and other charges associated with the professional help that we have in issuing bonds. And other elements. It's usually something less than 1% of the amount of proceeds that you need, but those are basically fees associated with the bond issuance process. And so the recommendation was to do two bond issues, one in 2021 that addressed all the transportation needs and the first set of fire capital projects, then another issue in 2023 to do the other fire station renovations. For a total debt issuance of $62 million in the next 3 years. And the debt service on these bonds would be paid from the appropriate sources. So the debt service for the fire station debt would be paid from the general fund that was freed up through paying for some of the existing firefighters with the levy. And the transportation debt would be paid in part with REIT and in part with other funding sources that were identified in the CIP. So once we issue the bonds for both purposes, then we allocate the debt and it's paid for by separate funding sources. And these are general obligations that the council can approve, and that's what the ordinance is that's before you tonight, is to give authority to move forward issuing those bonds. So I'm getting close to the end of this part. What we wanted to do is give you an update before we talk about the next steps on the temporary station, because as I say, we've been pursuing options, and hold on. The steering team identified 3 options. So the original plan was to build a temporary station at the Houghton Park and Ride. So we've spent a considerable amount of time dealing with Washington Department of Transportation to figure out what that would look like, with Metro to figure out what that would look like. One reason it's so expensive, because this is a facility we would build, use for 3 or 4 years, and then need to remove, was because there were no utilities there and we need plumbing. And so Chris Dodd and Dave Van Valkenburg and others started looking at other properties. So they started looking at, is there commercial space available that we could lease and then renovate to be the temporary station? Or were there houses out there that we could rent or buy? Because what you're talking about is 2 or 3 firefighters and a vehicle or 2. And so it could potentially be accommodated by a house. And there were many interesting houses in different locations. However, any of you who are following the housing market, it was very difficult to even consider being a successful bidder on these houses. They were going for well over market. And interestingly, while they might have ended up being a good investment that we would then turn around and sell after it was done, it was probably going to cost more initially to get into the market if we bought 1 or 2 houses, one in Houghton and one in Rose Hill. So we ended up with a commercial space on Rose Hill that would very much serve Station 26, but could also serve Station 22 with a few caveats. And so we've been focusing on that in recent weeks. And there's a little graphic here. When we looked at that commercial space that's on 85th and 128th, the estimated cost to lease that space for 4 years is $1.35 million, and that includes the improvements to make it useful for a temporary fire station. And one of the things that we did was we ran response time maps, what Station 22's response time was now, and then what it would be if they only responded from that location on Rose Hill. And it made the response times much longer because it's further north and further to the east. And so we looked at what would the possibility be of putting a 12-hour aid car, which would handle the lion's share of the calls right by where Fire Station 22 is today. And so that aid car would run from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And it would mitigate the response time degradation for virtually all of the calls, because the calls that have very long response times from Station 22 today would still have long response times because of where they're located, but it was less than a dozen. And we found an office space that's literally right around the corner from Station 22 that would work quite well for those firefighters to be in during the day while they're responding with this temporary aid car. And so leasing that office space is less than $100,000. We estimate that staffing a 12-hour aid car with overtime would be about $500,000. And then, just because I used to be the finance director, I added a $250,000 contingency and basically said, this scenario would be about $2.2 million, $1 million less than constructing the station at the Houghton Park and Ride, and it should provide very similar service levels to both parts of the service area. So Chris is actively working to negotiate leases on those properties as we speak, and we hope to have a final answer of whether this is the scenario quite soon, and that gives us plenty of time then to renovate the building for when Station 22 will need to occupy it, which would be sometime early in 2022. And I'll just have to make one comment in all of these conversations. We couldn't make this any more complicated doing all this work between 2021 and 2025 on stations 21, 22, 25, 26, and 27. So when we have these conversations, we have to really be conscious of what we're saying when we're throwing numbers around. So in the end, the $2.2 million we expect would result in a savings of hopefully $1 million, which then we can put back into the program, either other capital elements in the future once we finish this 5-year program, but that would be something the council can decide when we can hopefully pin this down. So lastly, next steps. But I think I'll stop before I go through these just to see if there are any questions about the capital piece, since that is a whole lot of numbers at 10 o'clock at night. So maybe we should.
Well, I think also each of us read that memo at least twice, just to sort it all out. Council, any questions, concerns? Looks like you're good to go.
Okay, great.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Deputy City Manager, one thing that I would like to bring forward as we look at this, if we do build a temporary fire station at Houghton or some other location, is that a structure that has value to the department after we're done using it? That may be a consideration.
The Houghton location, it would have to be removed because it's just a temporary use of that land, unless we were to buy the land, which is a whole different.
I mean, the structure itself, the temporary fire station. I kind of been thinking of it like a school portable. Is that a valid assumption where this could be something that when we're done with it, if we had a place to store it, it could be useful for an emergency management scenario or something else?
It's a good question that we could explore. The vast majority of the cost was getting the infrastructure to the site. I believe it is sort of a portable type of thing. I know that's what other fire departments have used as their temporary structure, but what was driving that $3 million cost was getting water and sewer to the park and ride itself. And while we could probably, if they were portable structures, remove the structures, I don't know that there was a known use. Maybe Deputy Chief Van Valkenburg could jump in.
Good evening. We can do a little bit of research, but probably not, from the standpoint that it's a relatively large building. And as has already been cited, the major cost is the utilities, power, water, and sewer. Even if we kept it, we wouldn't have someplace to keep it. You mentioned a school portable. That's very much what it's like, is a school portable. The building that houses the apparatus could be stored in pieces. It comes apart. But again, that's quite bulky. And if we kept it, the chances of using it would be very slim. They're a pretty specialized building.
Thank you.
Good question, though. And like I say, we've turned over a lot of rocks to try to find a good, cost-effective, well-located option. And we really appreciate actually Metro and WashDOT's willingness to have the conversation about using that site. They've been helpful in at least pursuing that as an option. And we also talked to Northwest University about it, and they were willing to potentially put one of their office sites on the list, but the one that we're considering actually probably serves the need better. So just a couple of quick things on the next steps. We are continuing discussions with Medic One, with Redmond Medic One unit potentially locating at the new Fire Station 27. We will know quite soon whether they're interested in putting any capital in and building additional space so that they could occupy it over a longer term, or whether they'd be interested in occupying extra space that we're building in the current design. And we should know that answer in the next several weeks to a month, because we need to know that answer to pursue the actual design. You might recall in the fall, we were talking about impact fees and we were calculating a potential fire impact fee, but that was somewhat dependent on what happened with the ballot measure passing and what that amount would be. We're actually planning on bringing the fire impact fees back to you on April 6th, and then committing as part of the implementation plan to bring an action to you before June 1st to potentially take action on implementing a fire impact fee on new development. We are recommending that additional funding that Andriana described early on that came from a portion of the penny that we didn't need because the assessed value didn't go down as much as it might have, toward an ongoing funding source toward the Community Safety Initiative co-responders, because you might recall they were funded with one-time funds in the 21-22 budget. And what you'll see next is an item authorizing the issuance of the bonds, an ordinance, and the budget adjustments associated with Proposition 1. And so, as the city manager indicated, hopefully those presentations will go much quicker because much of the background is part of this presentation. And one of the next things up on Andriana's list is to work with the fire department on how we're going to structure an annual accountability report of how we spent the levy proceeds, the first of which I believe we'd plan to put forward in 2022, but we'll start that process of figuring out what data we want to gather and how we want to report out to the public the progress we're making on their priorities. Those are our next steps. And I appreciate your patience. I know that was a lot of tables and numbers.
Okay, Councilmember Pascal.
Madam Mayor, just to kind of move on to discussion, I'll move to approve Resolution 5469.
Can I get I got moved motion by Councilmember Pascal to approve Resolution 5469, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. Discussion. Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, just real quick. When we made the decision to move to a levy, I didn't really think about the complexity of how we would actually build these facilities over time. I was expecting it to take, more years, 10 plus, and to kind of see this creative thinking on how we could shorten that timeline is a little overwhelming, but I'm really pleased to see. And then to add, to kind of put the icing on the top, to kind of continue these discussions with our Medic One program to see what synergy we could get from housing the crews together. And then also kind of considering impact fees. I mean, there's a lot here. It's all packed together and there's a lot of good things going on. So just want to thank you all for really putting in the time here to craft this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Mayor. As you said, Mayor, I think we've all spent a lot of time over the weekend getting into this detail. Tracy just did a great summary of it, and looking through it, just looking to make sure that through this, no changes are happening to existing staffing, no changes are happening to the hiring plans authorized by Proposition number 1. Are we delivering the Proposition 1 commitments to the voters? The answer to all those things is yes. This is an innovative way to do it faster, and that's clearly in the best interests of the residents of the city for fire EMS. So really hats off to all the work behind the scenes to figure this out and come up with this innovative solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just want to add my congratulations to the staff for a job well done on figuring out how to make this happen. We really appreciate your hard work and your creativity. And as the council member from Kingsgate, and knowing that the city had made a number of commitments to improve the fire response times in our area, it's wonderful that we will be able to get the new Station 27 built sooner and fully staffed. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Just to add my kudos to what's already been said, this is an amazing body of work. You guys you continue to surprise us with your creativity and your willingness to keep digging to find the answers when we need them. So thank you so very much. Therefore, anybody else out there? Okay, so the question is on the motion to approve resolution R5469, approving the Fire and Emergency Medical Services Prop 1 implementation plan. Clerk, will you please call the roll? Moved by Council Member Pascal, seconded by Council Member Falcone. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon.
Yes.
Councilmember Black.
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis.
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone.
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Yes.
Mayor Sweet.
Yes, that carries unanimously. Well done. That takes us to the item D, the bond ordinance authorizing general obligation debt, fire, and transportation capital projects. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So here to explain this ordinance is our Director of Finance and Administration, Michael Olson, and I believe he has some guests to join him too that he's going to introduce.
Yes, I think I need some help. I think Tracy needs to stop sharing the screen. It's a brief, good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. I have a very brief presentation of 6 slides, but I want to let you know that to help answer questions, we have Deanna Gregory, our bond counsel from Pacifica Law Group, available, and also Fred Eoff, our financial advisor from PFM, is available to answer questions. Yep. That's the one. Thank you, Cass. And this is why I didn't do it from my office, because I want to avoid technical challenges. Tracy did an excellent job covering most all of this information, so we'll fly through this quickly on the high points. The bond ordinance actually delegates authority to the city manager and to the finance director to issue the debt that has been discussed tonight. And the purposes of the debt are the fire capital projects and the transportation capital projects. Financial advisor has advised that we combined them to be more attractive to the bond market. The bond ordinance sets the amount not to exceed $42.5 million. That's a little That is the debt issuance that the city needs for these projects, plus the issuance cost, plus a little bit of room if the lowest bidder on the sale of the bonds bids with a discount as opposed to a premium, which is unlikely. Mostly, City of Kirkland's good credit rating means a lot of people want to buy it, and they pay us a premium to buy our debt. If a project, we have 3 to 5 years to spend the debt issuance. And for example, if a transportation project or the other projects are not completed within that time or some is delayed, we can spend the bond issuance on other transportation projects. The goal is to spend the money for the designated purposes, and whatever that project is spent on, we would use that money to fund the projects that may have been delayed. Already has been discussed the budgets for construction of Fire Station 27 and the renovation of 22. Of that, that's partially funded with $24.7 million of debt. The debt service in 2021 is provided by GEMT, and then the following years is the general fund. The transportation capital projects, this was actually debt funding that was approved in the 1924 capital improvement program. And in that CIP, the debt needed at that time was just over $20 million. And the city has paid down the need for that with revenues above budget in impact fees and real estate excise tax. So this is why it's only $16.12 million. And this debt service is paid with real estate excise tax. You saw these projects earlier, the largest of which is the Totem Lake Connector Bridge. We're expecting that money to be spent this year. Total of $16.1 million on transportation, $24.7 million towards the fire station capital project. And with the adoption of this bond ordinance, the anticipated timeline for the bond sale is May 25th, closing by June 1st of this year. Are there any questions?
Council. I don't see any. Do you have more to present?
That is the highlights of the information on the bond issuance.
Councilmember Castle.
Well, I'll just go ahead and to move things forward, I'll move ordinance 4753.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Black to approve ordinance 4753. Discussion. The question is on the motion to approve ordinance 04753, authorizing the issuance of one or more series of limited tax general obligation bonds. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon.
Yes.
Councilmember Black.
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis.
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone.
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Yes.
Mayor Sweet.
Yes. Ordinance 4753 is approved. That takes us to item E, the 2021-2022 budget adjustments. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So the adjustments are primarily to implement the Proposition 1 implementation plan you just passed, and then also to do carryover and other sort of housekeeping issues. And so here to walk you through that is once again Michael Olson.
Good evening once again. Many of these items have been covered, so it'll be a brief presentation of about 7 slides. For a bit of review, appropriation adjustments are required if there's revenue that has come in that the city wants to spend. If there's any new funds created, which is not the case tonight, and the City Council authorizes positions, projects, or programs, which is being done tonight with the Fire Prop 1. Both programs, projects, and positions. So the funding for the Fire Proposition 1 levy, which was not included in the budget because it was going to be decided in the first quarter of 2021, totals $14.6 million for the biennium. This is for both years. This is the additional property tax that will come in for the 2 years from Prop 1 for new firefighters to pay off the interfund loan for capital projects. Nearly $500,000 is, as was discussed earlier, is reserved for other safety purposes. Capital project adjustments, which include the loan repayment for the purchase of Fire Station 27 land, the capital projects, the debt service, all related to the transportation and the fire capital projects just discussed, totals about just over $60 million within the different funds. And then carry forwards. Carry forwards are budget that is moved from the previous biennium to the current biennium for contracts or projects or materials or programs that were not completed in 2019, 2020. So that money budget was still available to spend. And if the projects are going to be completed in 2021, we need to move that budget as well. So this is an appropriation for moving budgets. This totals $3.3 million for the general fund and $2.2 million in the other funds. Included in this is recognition of the one-time sales tax audit revenue that the city received in November of 2020. This was for one audit that was done on one company, a one-time event where this budget ordinance is putting half of that into the Human Services Reserve and some in a reserve for 23-24 budget deficit, and about $50,000 for the Park Scholarship Program. That's a piece we wanted to recognize now because of the need for the scholarship program coming up soon. This is a different sliced view of what the budget adjustments to the city budget includes. $18 million in the general fund, some for fire and EMS, some for the interfund loan, capital projects, carryovers, and the sales tax audit. Same for other funds. And then the final slide is just another view of the ordinance changes to the fund appropriations by fund group. Again, a total of nearly $80.5 million added to this first budget adjustment for the 2021-2022 budget. Are there any questions?
Council, questions or discussion? Okay. Can I get a motion then? Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Madam Mayor, I move ordinance 4755, amending the biennial budget for 2021 to 2022.
Second. It's been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to approve ordinance 4755. Any further discussion? Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Sorry, finding the mute button. Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes. Ordinance 4755 is approved. That takes us to item F, the 124th Avenue Northeast roadway improvements. City Manager.
Okay, so this is an ordinance authorizing us to use condemnation on this project. We want to emphasize that this doesn't mean we will use condemnation. It just means that we'll have that authority should the negotiations on the properties not work. Here to give you the presentation is one of our engineers, Marius Ingenio, and also City Attorney Darcy Eilers.
Welcome.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members. I have a few slides to accompany your council packet. The 124th Avenue Northeast Roadway Improvements Project is one of the many investments in Totem Lake area. Highlights include 2 parked projects, 4 transportation projects, and Fire Station 27. This project runs from Northeast 116th Street north to Northeast 124th Street. With all of the growth in the area, The following improvements enhance safety and circulation for motorists and pedestrians. The project adds vehicle lanes, improves sidewalks, add buffer bicycle lanes, improves transit stops, signals, and channelization, and adds landscaping strips and retaining walls, all to both the east and west sides of 124th Avenue. Due to these improvements, the project needs to acquire adjacent properties. The project consists of 5 different CIP project funding sources totaling just over $15.2 million, 2 of which are for acquisition, and they are shown in bold, in total $4,216,700. The project's anticipated right-of-way expenses are a little over $4 million and are based on appraisals and detailed on the next slide. The project needs partial acquisition from 14 different parcels. Based off of the appraisals of all the properties, a subtotal offer amount has been sent out, totaling to almost $3.8 million. The one parcel identified in the map with the star is an offer that has been signed by the property owner and rights secured and is also included in the subtotal. Taking into account the soft cost of $244,000, it brings the anticipated right-of-way cost to $4,036,640. This is our project timeline and acquisition process thus far. The appraisals process started over a year ago, and we have completed 90% design, sent out offers, mailed condemnation letters and final notices, and we are here today to recommend the condemnation ordinance. We expect to obligate construction funding next year. Condemnation does have benefits to both the property owner and the city, such as providing landowner fair market value, while at the same time protecting the city and its taxpayers from assuring they are not overpaying for property. It also authorizes an exception to the payment of real estate excise tax. Timely passing of this ordinance will ensure we're on the right track for the project schedule. As emphasized in the council memo, staff intends to make every reasonable effort to negotiate with the property owners before any further steps are taken towards condemnation, and it is staff's recommendation that City Council approve this ordinance. That concludes my presentation, and now we open it up to questions.
Okay, council, any questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve ordinance 4754? Oh, yeah.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Black. Any discussion? Question is on the motion to approve ordinance 4754. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes, motion carries unanimously. Motion 4754 is approved. That takes us to item G, setting the 2021-2022 City Council goals and adopting the city work program. City Manager.
Okay. This is my presentation, but I just need to unshare this one. Hold on. Cassie.
Marius, if you could quit screen sharing.
Okay, no, he's on 2, right? Okay. So I need There we go. Thank you so much. There we go. And then perfect. Okay, thank you. All right, so I just have 6 slides, and this is one of them. So we're finalizing the 2021-2022 City Work Program. There are 2 potential minor amendments, but all I'm going to do is cover the final language and then see if council has any final discussion that you have before we adopt this. Just to remind you, part of the reason that we waited till March 16th was to incorporate the newly revised goal language into the resolution setting the work program. And this is a reminder of the language the council adopted to revise those goals. So now each of these has been rolled into the resolution adopting the 21-22 city work program. So what I have done in the slides, and the slides just have the 11 work program items, is I've highlighted in yellow the new change the council did this year, which is to make sure we highlight the plan or the policy that the initiative implements, as well as the goal that it implements. And I think this is slightly out of order in the order I sent them to you as amendments, but one of the first potential amendments is on item 1, and I believe that's something that Councilmember Curtis was looking at suggesting. I don't know if we want to do that now, or you want me to go through the rest of them?
Do we need to do amendments?
Yeah, the thing in your packet is a resolution, and the language is in the resolution, so we would need to adopt the amendments to change the resolution.
Okay,
but
so
I can
do we
just
want
finish these and then come back to them if you want.
Okay.
So again, the yellow just simply highlights the plan that's implemented. The bold is the updated, revised language of the goal that are implemented. And we've seen these many times. So I guess the only thing I want to say is the fact that we've seen them a lot, I don't think should diminish the scale and scope and ambition of what the council is really setting out here to improve the quality of life in Kirkland and the community safety. It's pretty awesome, and we're pretty excited about all the things that we get to do here. Any questions or comments on 4, 5, and 6? 6 is the other potential amendment, and I showed it also in underline, and that's to add 124th Avenue Northeast to the project list, which was intended, and I just forgot to include it. And then finally, 7, 8, and 9. These are the ones that were balanced. Revised the last time, and then 10 and 11. And I wanted to highlight in 11, this was a suggested change you made at the last council meeting. So I just showed it as a highlight, which is rather than saying reduce deficits, you wanted to change that to improve the city's future financial outlook. So the resolution that you have has this new language in it already, so you don't need an amendment for that. But I'll go ahead and go back to the first suggested amendment, which is, I believe, with Councilmember Curtis.
Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to amend line 69 in the resolution to add the goal of inclusive and equitable community.
Point of order, should we adopt should we move the resolution and make amendments?
Thank you.
Oh, good idea.
So I'll move
you want to do that?
5462.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to adopt motion. Well, now I'm getting lost. R5462. Councilmember Curtis.
Do we have to vote on it, or can I make my amendment?
I think you'll make your amendment now.
All right, thank you. I'm still new sometimes. Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make an amendment on line 69 of the resolution to add the goal of inclusive and equitable community.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone to add inclusive and equitable community to the first item. Any discussion? Okay, clerk, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes, the amendment passes. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make an amendment to number 6 on the transportation, adding 124th Avenue Northeast project to line 108 of the resolution. So it'd read, complete design and initiate construction of the Juanita Drive, 100th Avenue Northeast, 124th Avenue Northeast multimodal transportation projects to implement the transportation master plan and further the goals of balanced transportation and dependable infrastructure.
Second.
It's been It's been moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Black to add and 124th Avenue Northeast to item number 6. Any discussion? Question is on the motion to add the language to number 6 as described by Councilmember Pascal. Clerk, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes, the motion passes. Question is now on the motion to approve resolution R 5462 with amendments setting priority goals for 2021 and 2022. Discussion? Clerk, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes. Resolution number 5462 is approved. Deputy Mayor Arnold has made a suggestion that maybe we could suspend council member reports this evening so that we could move directly into the legislative requests and Alaska reports. Are you folks comfortable with that? Then I would suggest that anything we would have communicated in this section, we try and email everybody updates on. And let's just move directly to the city manager.
Okay, thank you. So, oops, I just shared the wrong one. Hold on. Okay. So I only have one slide for this discussion, but I want to set the stage just a second. So in the consent agenda, the council adopted the updated policies and procedures, and we are trying out for the first time our new legislative request memoranda process. So in the council packet, there were 4 legislative request memoranda that highlighted 4 topics. The topic of just cause eviction, Lake Washington Boulevard West parking closure, park lane closure options, and noise ordinance options. And so there's 2 things that are now in the policies and procedures I just wanted to highlight before we begin the council discussion. So the first is the intent of these legislative request memos is then the council has enough information to decide if they would like staff to continue to proceed on the topic. And so to do that, a council member needs to make a motion, and then the motion the council member makes will also choose the option. So whoever is recognized and makes a motion, you'll be proposing what you want the rest of the council to decide on. So there are several options in a few of these legislative request memos, and will probably be the same going forward. So just wanted to highlight that. If there is no motion, that issue is considered closed and filed with the clerk, or if the motion fails, that issue is considered closed and filed with the clerk. But if the motion is passed, I wanted to highlight the second thing on the bottom, which is the policy procedures also say that asking the staff to continue to go forth and bring you back a proposal is not the same as approving the proposal, that you're simply asking for more information, and a final proposal will come back to the council, and the council will take action at that time. So while it certainly may give a strong indication, it is not a final decision on the issue itself. So with that, the goal of these is not to have presentations for any of them because they're supposed to be short memos that the council will have read. So I don't have anything other than the bullet points, but we definitely have all the staff available to answer questions, and I'm available to answer questions on any of these. So with that, I'm happy to take questions or comments.
So we just go, Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure what exactly this process is going to look like, but I'm happy to be a guinea pig. I'd like to move that for the just cause eviction issue, that we table that pending to see what happens at the state level, and that we also consider that in the larger context of renter protection discussions that we'll be having as well.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to table the just cause eviction and come back to it after the legislature has made their determination and we revisit the whole discussion around evictions in the future. Guinea pig number 2 for Lake Washington Boulevard.
Madam Mayor.
To vote.
Councilmember Nixon.
Point of order. Well, it was actually a motion that we need to vote on.
Right.
And perhaps have discussion on.
That's a really good point. I think we're getting a little tired.
Yeah.
Okay, so the question is on the motion moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Curtis. Discussion. Councilmember Nixon.
Well, I just wanted to thank Councilmember Falcone for making this motion to table. I feel the same way that I think this policy would be best implemented at the state level after having a full vetting by all stakeholders and as part of this state Landlord Tenant Act, so that it doesn't become an issue about where people are willing to build new affordable housing and competition between cities. And so I definitely support the tabling and waiting to see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Question is on the motion made by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to table the just cause eviction motion. Clerk, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes, the motion carries. Do I have any other motions? Councilmember, I saw them simultaneously, so I'm going to go with Pascal.
Well, it's good to get one of the easier ones out first, maybe. We'll see. So a couple things. I'd like to talk about the Lake Washington Boulevard corridor. And I'm going to make a motion, but I want to kind of just talk a little bit because the motion isn't clear. The options aren't clear to me from the memo. You know, I think that we need to continue to the next steps is what I'd like to see, but the next steps are not solidified. So my motion is going to be somewhat broad because I really do feel that we need to move to a next step, what that might be. And I really think that depends on some more outreach to kind of gauge what that might look like and what our options might be there, whether it's temporary closures, whether it's, you know, a few weekends during the summer, or whether it's something more, and then what those costs are, have a better understanding of those costs. Because I feel like I can't make a decision on any of that with a little bit more information. And things have changed since last summer, right? We're in a different predicament. There's a different intent here. I really liked what the speaker said during the public comments, very moving. But this is a big issue. It's not something that I just want to jump into without more information. So I'd like to make a motion and move to the next steps, have staff do some initial outreach and think about what those options might be that might be practical, that might get us to the next step where we might be able to do a pilot that looks at closing off the western lane.
Councilmember Curtis.
I want to second that motion and I support it. I've been looking at this as the speaker said earlier, as a potential to bring tourism dollars and economic recovery. So I think there's a lot of potential here. Maybe we bring down food trucks. Maybe we let events happen. So as Councilmember Pascal says, there's a lot of things we need to sort of suss out and think through. And so I'd like to take those next steps. My suggestions are that we do as simplified and inexpensive outreach as possible. Maybe that's sending out another survey. I want the survey to go to a broader audience, just not the local residents, the potential users of this space. And I'd like to look at fiscal options of doing it for a month, or doing it for weekends, or doing it all summer. So I think we need some more information before we move forward.
Councilmember Black.
All I was doing was seconding it.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I agree. I was interested in this last year. I'm still interested in it this year. I think there's a lot of desire in the community, and I can see why. I know last year council had very legitimate concerns about wanting to avoid encouraging large gatherings, right? And it might be such an attraction that it could be unsafe due to COVID. But I believe that, as we know, that times have changed since a year ago, and this year, hopefully, we've learned more and things have become safer with more, with folks getting vaccinated, with us learning more about the virus, being outdoors and masked and those kinds of things and what's safe, that I'd hope we feel much more comfortable this year. I feel like the sense was last year that council was interested, but just had that safety concern. So I continue to be interested. And I also concur with Councilmember Curtis that although I think a public engagement process is important, I don't think it needs to be extremely extensive. I think that there is a way to do it to get a good pulse from the community without spending too many resources. And I'd be curious to know what the trade-offs are as far as expenses and staff time. If there are different options that would make it more feasible and would be significantly cheaper or would save us time and money, I'd be curious to know kind of what those tipping points are as well with a program like this. That could be, types of equipment that we use to, signage or the candlesticks or whatever those different options are, and whether we have it continuously or just weekends, or like Councilmember Curtis says, the different time periods options that we could pursue. I think it'd be really helpful to know what those trade-offs are, so we could pilot this and do it well, but at the same time not spend too much money unnecessarily. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'm going to add my 2 cents. I think we should move forward with next steps. I need more information. I also think we need to ask the business community downtown. We have to incorporate their feedback in this. But, in a way, it's a missed opportunity. I'm not sure I will support it at this point, because right now there is no parking available on Lake Washington Boulevard. So, but let's go back to the motion made by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to move to next steps as discussed on the Lake Washington Boulevard parking closure. Clerk, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes, thank you. Motion carries. Okay, can I get a motion with regard to Park Lane? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move that we pursue options 3, 4, and 7 with more information. 3 being permanently closed Park Lane to automobile traffic, 4 being closed Park Lane all day and evenings during the summer season, and 7 being to improve the signage to be more aesthetically pleasing.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to adopt the 3 options described for Park Lane closures. Any further discussion? Councilmember Nixon? Whoa. All right, write your names down.
Oh, well, I'll go first. The others write their names down. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like us to also study redoing it the way we did it last year, which is open to parking during the day and closure in the evenings on weekdays, but not closed all day. I think that worked well. The merchants maybe grudgingly agreed with it. And so I would like to move to amend the motion to add that option for study as well.
Motion.
Second.
Motion is to amend the original motion to include
Option.
Include the, I don't know what the option number is off the top of my head, but the option to have parking open during the day and closed in the evenings.
Correct. Moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Councilmember Pascal. Any further discussion? Question is on the motion to amend the motion to include the option to do what we did last year. Moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Councilmember Pascal. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes, the motion to amend has been, is moved, is passed.
Adopted.
Okay. Now the question is on the motion to accept the amended motion made by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Curtis. Any further discussion? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the reasons for my motion are pretty obvious, and I respect Councilmember Nixon's amendment as well. I certainly think it's worth exploring that, but I'd like to see this expanded. I think we've seen such community support, and we've gotten so much comment. It was such a popular thing that we did last year that I just see this as a perfect opportunity to expand this program and really create a wonderful gathering space. I really appreciated the points of equity that were raised in the memo as well about, being so close to the transfer station and being so close to our parks, and it really just being a beautiful way to not only have a great gathering space for our community members, but also support not just the Park Lane businesses, but the businesses in the surrounding areas as folks are walking from the park, to Park Lane, or walking from wherever they parked in the neighborhood, or walking from the bus stop to Park Lane as well. I think it's a beautiful opportunity for that. One thing I'd like us to consider in this, an additional consideration is we've heard from some community members that we need more disabled parking spaces in downtown, particularly, if individuals want to frequent some of the businesses on Park Lane, that we may be taking away those disabled parking spots. So I'd like to explore what other options we have for increasing disabled parking in the vicinity if we're taking away some of those disabled parking spots there. I'd like for us to explore that, I think, more generally whenever we're doing this as part of the conversation we just had about Lake Washington Boulevard, as well as part of the public outreach I forgot to mention then. But if there are individuals who may have mobility issues, who live along there, who are used to being able to park really close to their home, that we consider that as well and consider what options we have. I don't think that should be a deal breaker. Rather, I think it's an opportunity for us to really think about how we can do better with providing disabled parking for our community members. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal?
I didn't raise my hand.
Oh, you wrote your name down.
Oh, you know what? Councilmember Nixon covered it. That was a little while ago.
Oh, okay, fine.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis, I saw your hand, but it didn't come back up. Okay, then the question is on the motion to accept, I think this is all options as amended, to accept the Park Lane closure options as described and amended.
Okay.
Moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Curtis. I can't write this down because my arm is so sore. Anyway, I think we are ready to vote. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes, the motion carries. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I will make the motion related to the memorandum on noise enforcement. To start with a little bit of discussion, I actually don't support any of the options, but that doesn't mean I want this to go away. Number one, I don't think we can maintain the status quo, which was option one. Number two, I really don't want to revise the Kirkland zoning code to reduce hours, although that could be part of the discussion. And number three, I really don't want to ban additional types of power equipment, et cetera. And I think it's premature to say that we would direct new resources for proactive enforcement or other methods of enforcement. When we previously talked about this, my intent was to have the staff do a thorough study of best practices from around the country or even around the world to find out if any other jurisdictions that had any way of enforcing noise ordinances that actually works at a reasonable staffing level without putting microphones throughout the city to detect noises the way some cities do with gunshots. And so it could be a combination of these things, but whatever we do, I want to make sure that that study of best practices for noise enforcement is at the top of the list. And so I guess what I would propose is that, and I'll make this motion, I move that we go ahead with study of options 2, 3, and 4, but with the priority of researching best practices for noise enforcement.
Second.
Was that Councilmember Black? Moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Councilmember Black to move to go ahead and study options 2, 3, and 4 as described. Discussion. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Member Nixon kind of got where I was going or thinking was, I just feel like I need more information a little bit to kind of better assess the lay of the land. And these are the questions that I have. I need to get a better sense of how many noise complaints do we get as a city a year? Just, in general. Is it 500? Is it 1,000? Of those noise complaints, what are they? Are 50% of those construction activity and 20% loud cars and another 30% lawn equipment? And then how are those noise complaints dealt with today? Are most of them code enforcement and just a small portion of them, police response? And how effective are we and how much time do we spend on it? I'm looking at ballpark stuff. I don't want a novel. I want like an executive summary of kind of what we're doing, how we're doing it, what's the community experiencing? Because I know that there's a lot of folks that really want to see some changes happen, but I want to kind of collectively understand what as a city we're experiencing, because we have, almost 90,000 residents. So I do want to kind of keep that larger, bigger picture in mind. Thank you.
Further discussion? Was that Deputy Mayor Arnold? Was that a yes or a no, Councilmember Curtis?
It was a yes. I think Deputy Mayor was nice enough to put me in the chat. I'm tired. Sorry, guys. So this I like where this conversation is going. I thought this memo was a little confusing for me because it's like, are we talking about potential noise pollution, but then we're also talking about environmental pollution? And you guys have already heard me say that I'm not comfortable with banning leaf blowers because I feel like it arbitrarily impacts minority-owned businesses that have had 3 months of lost business last year, and they're working 12 hours a day to put food on their table. But if we want to look at a class of tools such as pressure washers and lawnmowers and idling cars and barbecues and neighborhood fire pits as far as the environmental pollution that they make, and then also look at the similar class of the noise they make, that's fine, but that's significantly broadening the scope. So I don't want to ban leaf blowers, I guess is my summation.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Arnold.
The other thing that jumped out at me is the amount of staff work, and I'm concerned about going forward with something that would be a major planning effort, making a decision independent of the overall planning work program, and understanding what other priorities are. So I think we would like to go support going through looking at options, but I do have some concerns of the scope of this, and it's going to require some further study and maybe some interim work of saying what can we do with gathering some of the data that Councilmember Pascal talked about, or additional interim enforcement measures.
Okay. Any further discussion? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question for City Manager. The resources and budget that are in there, is that if we decide tonight to go with the next step, is that the effort to do the next level of research? Or if at the next step we then said, yes, let's proceed with this?
Yes. No, that's not to go to the next level. That was essentially an assumption. If you chose some of the more heavy enforcement, heavy code changes, what would it take in terms of staff and sort of staff impact, to Deputy Mayor Arnold's comment, and Adam can add more if you want. To do the equivalent of a study white paper wouldn't take those kind of resources. We could figure out a potential internship opportunity or some other way of maybe getting that first step that could do a little bit more, provide a little bit more information. But I see Adam on the call, if you want to say anything, Adam.
No, that's exactly right.
Thank you.
Okay. So it wouldn't be a huge undertaking if we said yes tonight to do this, because that's my concern. I share with the Deputy Mayor, and even, Councilor Nixon, I think in your opening comments, you were kind of saying you're not really interested in 2 or 3, more like a revised version of number 4, yet we're including 2 or 3 in your motion. So if 2 and 3 are going to take a significant amount of staff time to explore, I'd rather just look at a revised version of 4. And really narrow down what we're interested in, because I don't think I'm interested in 2 and 3 either. I think I'd be more open to what you were saying, Councilor Nixon, of really looking at the best practices of how we can better enforce. And if that's the direction we're all interested in, then I'd like to make a motion. Can I make a motion to amend by deleting? Is that okay? So I'd like to make a motion to delete numbers 2 and 3 from the original motion and really just be the revised number 4 that Councilor Nixon discussed with the best practice research.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to amend the motion to delete items or options 2 and 3 from evaluation as discussed. And I think that, oh boy. Okay, Councilmember Dixon.
Thanks. And I support that amendment. I was kind of reluctantly including 2 and 3 anyway. I do think with 3 that we might consider jake breaking, because that is very disruptive for some people. And I know that we have people in our community who are very concerned about modified exhausts, right? That there's actually a state law that says you can't modify your exhaust to be louder than the factory provided, but people do it all the time. And but the key, and I'll go back to this, is enforcement. And all of this is meaningless fluff to just ban more things unless we figure out how to enforce it. And that's why I really want the focus of this work to be figure out what it would take to enforce, if there's any innovative ways of enforcing. And if the answer to that is hire 15 noise enforcement officers, then we're probably going to say no, right? We have higher priorities. But I would like at some point for us to look at the muffler noise and jake breaking from an enforcement perspective. Thank you.
Because it's already against the law.
Because it's
Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, I support this. I just want to be clear. What I'm looking for also as part of the white paper is just a little bit of information on kind of what the extent of the current issues are, right? Because I think it's hard to kind of say, how can we better enforce if you don't really know the extent of the issue? So I'm assuming that's part of what you're proposing, Councilmember Nixon. I just want to be clear that I do think we need to kind of get a lay of the land so that we can then say, what are the options to better address that?
Agree.
Okay. The question is on the, Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to vote against this amendment. I do, and that's because I do think that I want to communicate that I am open to options of looking at the zoning code and potential restrictions on certain types of equipment. Hopefully, as part of the study that Councilmember Nixon is proposing, that there may be some ideas that we actually bring back and want to make sure we're open to this. But if this passes, that we may consider implementing some of those ideas. But I don't want to, I worry that this amendment closes the door too fast. So I'll be voting against it.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Question is on the amendment to the motion to limit the options to option number 4 with more information in the white paper description that Councilmember Pascal added. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
No.
Mayor Sweet?
No. The motion carries. Okay, now the question is on the amended motion to move forward with and study option number 4 with more information. Moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Councilmember Black. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes, the motion carries. Goodness. That was a lot more efficient than I thought it was going to be.
So that's all I have for the legislative request memo section. I do, as we know, this is a beta test. So if council members have feedback that you want to provide, next couple of weeks, we obviously want to make this process work for you. But thank you all very much. I thought you did that very well.
Great. Okay, before we move into the Alaska Suites live stream concerts funding request, Councilmember Nixon would like to make a statement.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In the interest of transparency, I want the council to know that I do represent my church in the Kirkland Interfaith Network, and I serve as the corporate secretary of KIN. Our code of ethics says that officials shall not participate in government decisions in which any of the following has a financial interest: the official, a relative, an individual with whom the official resides, or an entity that the official serves as an officer, director, trustee, partner, or employee. While I am an officer of KIN, the fact is that none of the funds associated with this proposal before us would be going to or through KIN, but directly to the producers of the Alaska Suite as a sponsorship by the city. KIN does not have a financial interest, nor would I have any financial interest in this proposal. I therefore don't believe I need to recuse from this discussion or vote, but I will do so if any of my colleagues or the city attorney think I should. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you're good. City manager, do you have do you have anything to present, or?
So we don't have anything to present, but just to follow up on the information you heard under items from the audience, and Councilmember Nixon shared this with me as well, that one of the options was whether to do it at the Kirkland Performance Center at the higher level of the nearly $4,000, and that is actually not a request that the group is interested in. So they really are looking for the $1,000, and that's all to do it. So the question that we're looking for direction from is, do you want to provide the $1,000? And if so, would you like to do it from the Special Projects Contingency Reserve or from the Diversity Events Fund that was set aside in 2021? So we'd look for a motion that would answer both of those questions.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
I move that we fund $1,000 from council contingency to support a live stream production of Alaska Suite conducted in an alternative venue outside of Kirkland.
Second.
It's been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Falcone to fund $1,000 for the Alaska Suite. Discussion.
And my, just as a point of explanation, I don't see this, I see this as an interesting community performance. I don't see this as the sort of thing that we intended with the diverse events that we intended to fund. So that's why I'm suggesting council contingency. Thank you.
I understand. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As your chair of the Tourism Development Committee, I would say that from a tourism perspective, I think this is a good thing to do. This will be streamed worldwide and promoted through social media and those kind of things. And so it does have the potential to raise the profile of Kirkland, and who knows, that might not attract people to become tourists once we start recovering. And so I support the proposal. Even though you guys know I'm a little skeptical of climate change at times, but I think it's a good tourism program, and I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I'm just going to add a comment. I think it is really important for us, since we're doing this, to make sure that we put this in city events and that we advertise it as an event that we are supporting and encourage the community to listen to it. So the question is on the motion, moved by Councilmember Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Falcone, I think.
Falcone.
To approve the $1,000 Alaska Suites concert funding request out of out of our
Special projects.
Yeah, that one. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Nixon,
Yes.
Councilmember Black,
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis,
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone,
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Mayor Sweet.
Yes, the motion carries. That takes
Madam
us
Mayor?
to Councilmember Nixon.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a point of order or a point of information, but I know that Sharon and Margaret would like me to ask this question. I believe the intent, and the city manager can confirm this, was that this motion we just made would result in a fiscal note coming back on the consent agenda of our next meeting, which is 3 weeks from now. I just want to confirm, is this a done deal so that the organizers can go ahead and make commitments, even though we still would have that formality of the funding vote at our next meeting?
So I'd give you two options. I think that given the unanimous decision, you could certainly say yes, and given the consideration of the de minimis amount, if you wanted to make it official, you could vote to suspend the rules, not require a wait until the next meeting, and just provide direction that the money be executed. But I think given the amount and the strength of the vote, we can find a way to make sure that they can get the money.
Is that reasonable?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think they need the money right away. They just know that it's confirmed that the money will come. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. City manager, this takes us to calendar updates.
I have no further calendar updates. Any from the council members?
Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. Madam Mayor. We had a public comment earlier in the meeting. I think about 4 or 5 hours ago, from Mr. Backlicker. Gosh, I butchered the name, but he was talking about the AT&T issue, and he'd reached out to me, and then I forwarded that to staff earlier, I think late last week. Anyways, you should check your junk email. That's where I saw it this evening. So he had an email to the full council. So I just want to make you aware of that. And then Kurt, perhaps you could share with the full council some of the communications that staff has provided him. Thank you.
And I have one further update. I think we had asked the wastewater director to join us to tell us about what happened with the lift station, but I think you all got the email that demonstrated that there was no overflow. So basically, I uninvited him today. Is this something that I want to re-invite him to have a discussion about? And Councilmember Nixon, I'm looking to you primarily because I think it was your concern.
I apologize. I was looking for that junk email. Can you repeat the question?
I'm just following up on the fact that when we researched through the wastewater treatment division, the outage at the lift station, it turned out there was no spill.
And so the question is, do we want them to still come and do a presentation, or was their written response sufficient?
Correct.
I think the written response is sufficient myself.
I agree. Is everybody in agreement? I mean, one of the things that we're contemplating in the future is inviting the waste treatment division to come and present a rate presentation. We talked about that in a meeting today with with Julie and our water folks. So that will probably happen sooner. With that, it is 11:36. We have done an amazing amount of spending money and borrowing money, and wow, what a night. So I just want to thank you all for a very, very hard evening's work, and let's go home.
Thank you.
This meeting is adjourned. Bye, everybody.
Bye.